Yeah, because we want everybody to hear that juicy lore drop. All right, hello and welcome to Sanctums and Spies session number 2 here in the city of Asarius in the Kryn Dynasty. We are joined again by our newfound party, who were exploring the city and what was going on last week. My name is Josh Croker. I'm the Dungeon Master for this game. Real quick, just a little bit of housekeeping to get out of the way. We do use music from filmmusic.io on this stream. They've got a lot of fantastic music. The information for all of the songs can be found down in the panels below. You can scroll down and get information for any of them with a link in there to the songs for each of them individually. So check it out. Very, very good music. And today we are welcoming our 4th player. And before we get into the recap, I wanted to offer up a little lore drop for in exchange for some inspiration. I think you wanted to go first for how do you pronounce it? Is it Jowan or Joan? Jawan. Okay, got it.
So without revealing too much about our little friend that we will meet soon, I'm sure, let's just say Jawan has a lot of friends. And I mean a lot of friends. Almost like an entourage that sort of moves around with him.
Okay, cool. All right, inspiration for you. That's a little bit of I like that because that's a little bit of a taste of future stuff. Just enough lore for inspiration. Just enough for inspiration. All right. Anybody else before we get started?
Acacia's adopted.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. That's a man. That's a nice one. That's a 2-word lore drop right there. That's I think minimum exchange for inspiration.
To the point. I don't want to give too much away because there's
no, not at all.
Fun stuff in the backstory that I want to explore. So yeah,
absolutely, it is a big 2 words to drop. So absolutely, inspiration for Acacia.
Is it possible to have 2 inspirations going at the same time?
Can't stack inspirations.
Then I will save it for later.
Okay.
Ditto on that.
Okay, got it. All right. Okay. So we will hop back in then to the really the pungent smelling city of Asarius, the city of beasts, known across the Kryn Dynasty to be specialists in raising animals, both for riding, for beasts of war, for just domestication for meat across the dynasty. But we found ourselves with Winnie, Uria, and Acacia being called to the Aurora Hold to talk to Verlas Oleos, who had a bit of a request and was able to have them respond. And he described what the situation was, that they didn't really believe much was going on, but there were some odd reports from the Cretes neighborhood, a more impoverished neighborhood that mostly had goblin and was more of tents and slums rather than the nicer parts of Asarius. But the group, after traveling through the pits and seeing some of the sights in Asarius, made their way to the Crease neighborhood, where they asked around and discovered that there was a large, deep hole that went straight down into the ground that looked not something that was dug out necessarily. It looked like to maybe have smooth walls or be something that was more constructed rather than burrowed. And while investigating this hole, they were attacked by lizard folk who seemed to be on the lookout for anybody who was looking into this hole. After a bit of combat, the group took care of 2 of them, shall we say, and took the other 2 as captives to be interrogated and returned to the Aurora Hold, which they did. Took them back to Verlas Oleos, who then asked for an explanation, and with an impassioned description of the events and the plea to make sure to pay attention to what was going on there, Verlas decided that he would offer the group the means to climb down, the authority to do so, the permission to do so, as well as the supervision of some Aurora Watch on top of the hold in order to help them into the hole, and gave them a coin that granted them a night's stay at the Wise Spider, a very nice local tavern, often visited by drow of the Sarius. And although Winnie was the only one to go take up the offer of free food, and oh boy, did she take up the offer, Winnie then returned to her home in the Cretes while everybody split up to run some errands and do a little bit of exploring of the Sarius on their own. And that's where we return to the session today. We have a couple different characters doing a couple different things. Why don't we start with Winnie? Winnie, you were taking a bunch of food home from the Wise Spider back to the Cretes neighborhood. Why don't you give a description of what Winnie's home looks like when she returns with the food, and what that situation looks like?
Okay, yeah, it's a home in the Crete, so it's extremely modest. It's not a tent; it is closer to a shack, but it's got a couple of rooms, extremely modest, and they are a farming family, so they farm the fields. And when he comes home, Mom, Dad, I'm home. So her parents, Alex and Eliza, all bugbears. Her three brothers, Christopher, George, and Thomas. And she also has three sisters, Robin, Peggy, and Angelica. She tells them she's home and tells them about her day. Her parents are very worried that she has garnered the attention of Denolius. That is never a good thing for a bugbear. Caution her to be very careful. But they all feast on the food, and she has very meticulously written down everything that was presented, and presents them all in an effort to educate themselves about the finer things in life.
And a wonderful, just delicious meal is had. Even some dessert is brought out. And before dinner is over, however, your father, kind of seated at the end of the table, kind of gives that worried look back over. And, Winnie, whatever you do, make sure you stay safe. Make sure that you don't bring any harm back to us either. We're welcome here, but we're not exactly looked highly upon. You're very skilled yourself, and I know you'll bring great pride to our name, but it can be hard out there for those like us.
I'll do my best. Oh, and we also got paid. And she gives them 10 gold of the 20 that she collected.
And his eyes go big, which is a lot for a family out in the creek. Winnie, this is too much. Surely you could use this.
Oh well, they gave more than that, so I have some too.
He looks around. Well, we'll put it to good use. I think we've got some repairs around here we can make, and if nothing else, we can get some equipment out for in the fields.
Yeah, well, let me know. I've still got my carpenter tools if you need me to fix anything up. I know no one's as good at fixing things since I left.
Well, you've got bigger things to do for now, but I'll make sure and let you know.
Okay. I don't know if I can stay here. I feel like I need to get back to my friends overnight we have a big day tomorrow.
That's understandable. You do what you have to do. I'll keep watch over the farm.
Okay. Love you all.
They all, bye, Winnie! Yeah, just little ones. It's like a chorus of goodbyes and thank yous as they're kind of see, one of the young ones over in the corner digging into the sweets and the dessert that was left. Is there anything you wanted to do besides make your way back to the White Spider?
No, that's it. And I'll wait for the others.
Okay, got it.
Join up.
Okay. All right. Was there anything specific that Acacia was looking for?
So, Acacia is trying to find a shop that looks like it might sell like mining or excavation equipment, because I remember Verlis mentioning that things like that are kind of around, given some of the work that's done here.
Mhm.
So she's specifically looking for a shop that sells like excavation equipment.
Okay. And how is Acacia going about looking for that? Gonna ask around or just walk around kind of looking for something? What's the strategy there?
Kind of just walking around and looking. Acacia's kind of gotten the vibe so far that
Okay.
maybe people are not overly fond of talking with humans
Okay.
in Asarius.
Well, then let's say this. Why don't you roll either a perception or an investigation check? I'll let you choose on that one.
Ooh. All right, we're doing physical dice today because
Ooh, good call.
digital
There were
dice.
some rough rolls last session. It got
I
a little
don't
rough
think we
there.
got a single roll over a 10 in like the first hour. That's an 8.
An 8. Excuse me.
Into
With an
jail.
with an 8 right away with that one. With an 8, you look around. Specifically, you're looking for a mining store, and you travel through the North Roads area of town, looking at some of these nicer shops, and even get to the edge of the Crease neighborhood and wander in, and see if you can find anything there. You head a bit more off towards the Scowl Square, the market area, to where there's the tents and market stalls. You as you do, the smell of food of all sorts assaults your nostrils, and but you don't find anything specifically for mining. You do pass or rather cross the path of 2 shops that do look like they have various goods, not necessarily mining goods, but not necessarily ruling them out. One was a little bit more ramshackle and thrown together. Looked like it had just general goods, and this was closer to the Cretes area. But there was one called the Graceful Imp. And then over back in the North Roads, on the more drow side of town, there was a shop called Equinox that seemed to be various goods rather than just 1 or 2 things. Kind of general goods store with a variety of things to find.
So, with what Acacia's looking for, think I'm gonna head back towards the North Roads, back towards Equinox.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. And real quick, just to do auto check, can everybody hear me okay, or is there any crackling coming through for everybody, or is it just how's it sound for audio on your guys' end?
Sounds good to me so far.
Sounds good. Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, audio's fine on my end.
Okay, got it. Just want to do a check there real quick. Thanks for checking in with me on that. Okay, so Acacia is heading back to Equinox, to the North Roads area, keeping close to the Y Spider in case anything is needed from there right away. But you do walk into it looks like a 2-story building. It's kind of a situation where it looks like it might be a residential area on top with a shop on the bottom. But in a sign with both a moon and a sun on it, you see the sign for Equinox and head in to what is a very kind of nice looking, well presented, clean storefront. And you walk in to see shelves of full of various goods and items. You see some potion bottles with some sparkling, almost like glittery looking, but glowing from inside the bottle. Behind the counter, you do even see some various weapons, but it is a wide variety of goods. There is a drow woman who is working behind the counter, and opposed to the normal white silvery hair that drow normally wear, she has deep dark black that is held together in a ponytail, just kind of loosely hanging on some nice purple silk robes, and turns around with a very friendly smile, looking at seeing Acacia come in the door and looking around, kind of keeping an eye on the other customers, but giving you a greeting as you walk in. Hello, welcome to Equinox.
Hi. I love your hair, by the way. It's very different from what I've seen around, and I appreciate the uniqueness in it. So I'm looking for something really specific, and I don't know if I can find it here or if maybe you know where I might be able to. I've heard of there's a coin that miners use for kind of, I guess, checking to see how deep holes are, like if they stumble across a cave or a sinkhole. So, and from my understanding, this coin can kind of be thrown into the hole, and it lets them know how deep the hole is.
It is an item I have heard of before. Give me a moment. I believe I picked up one in my travels in Marquette a few years ago that I've kept a hold of. Oh, and by the way, thank you. I appreciate it. I try and keep a unique spin on things here. Yeah, it gets a little bland if you don't. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And your hair is beautiful. It's just such a deep red. It's gorgeous. I love it.
Thank you.
Yes. So please give me a few minutes. Feel free to browse around the store if you'd like. I will be back as soon as I can find that item.
Thank you. So while she's away, Acacia's just kind of like standing in place, but sort of like turning around and looking and seeing like what's around her. The sort of, I guess, impulse section.
Sure. Okay, got it.
What's around?
It is a lot of unique things. Some of them are just decorative. Some of them look more functional. There's some what looks like a shelf full of gears and gadgets from a Hupperdook. And there is a small section that has like different small varieties of fish in little small aquariums. And as they swim around, it almost looks like they're kind of swimming past the edges of the bowl. There's almost like some kind of dimensional magic going on with these little glass spheres that these fish are in that allow them a little extra space. But as you are searching through the store, you do notice there are other customers there. And Juwan, you're here in Asarius as well. You heard that Equinox has a wide variety of items, and that the person who ran the store really tried to bring unique things into the store. And so you stopped in and overheard Acacia talking about the coin of delving. Why don't you give a description of yourself and what Acacia sees as she is browsing through the store?
So as you're sort of browsing around, you see about a 3.5 foot tall individual, tan skin. His hair, has sort of shoulder length hair, but it's very matted. Like there were points of time, almost looks like it might have been locked up, but just over time, everything's just kind of matted into one wad, as it were, on the back of his head. Has a chin strap beard, covered in furs. The leathers that he has underneath are starting to sort of grow moss and different sort of like fibrous plants off of it. And you notice he's sort of like scratching behind his ear, and you notice what almost looks like something shift along his shoulder blades, like shift along like the back of his neck under the pelt, and then you see like a small furry head poke out and then just kind of nestle itself back in. And he's sort of turns around and looks towards you, and he's got his finger about 2 knuckles deep up his nose, and he sort of turns around and looks, and he's like, "Oh, yeah, sorry." Wipes his finger off.
No reason to be sorry. Hi, I'm Acacia.
Juwan. And he sort of holds his hand out. the one he's very recently been picking his nose with.
Acacia sort of outstretches her hand, that like sort of like cautious, almost like the looks like the nobility like handshake of like, oh hi.
As soon as your hand gets close, full grasp and a good shake.
Oh.
Nice to meet you, Acacia.
Have I seen someone similar to Jawan before, whether halfling, gnome, in this area before, or like regularly?
There was a very odd-looking gnome that you had seen earlier in the day that you had come across. Besides that, a little bit in passing here and there, maybe one or two. Not very common, but not Jawan's not the only one either.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to come off so nervous. It's just not used to people around here greeting me, I guess. I mean, outside of shopkeepers, but just the regular people in the streets don't seem to take too kindly to me being here, so just a little struck, I guess.
I mean, I understand that. A lot of people around here a bit more gruff with us sort of smooth-skinned folks, but it is what it is. You learn to move around. It's no worries. Hey, at least you're a little bit taller. Imagine walking around most of their knees. They walk past you. Just don't say anything just because they don't see you.
Yeah, I guess that kind of puts things into a little bit of a perspective, I guess. No pun intended.
Hey, good one.
So, do you live here in Asarius, or?
Not really. I've sort of been traveling for a little while and popped in recently.
Oh, well, what brings you to Asarius? And the whole time that Acacia's talking to Jawan, she's trying to see if she can spot again whatever that was that shifted across his shoulder, whatever creature it was that shifted along his shoulders.
Sure, I would say go ahead and roll a perception check.
All right. That one's better. That's a 19.
A 19. Okay. How would the creature be trying to be stealthy, or what would the intent be there on your side for Jawan?
So there's a few moments where you're watching and you see no movement at all, and then very quickly you see like it sort of like stand up on the back of his shoulder and start scratching its head with its back foot like ferociously. And you notice it's a small squirrel.
So, what brings you and your friend to Asarius?
I think I lost you there.
So, what brings you and your friend to Asarius?
Oh, I was actually looking for some work, trying to make a little money. I would been traveling with a friend of mine for some time, but we seem to have sort of diverged in paths, as it were. I'm sure we'll catch up again sometime. Just
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know if what kind of work you're looking for, but the leading den here in the city has, I guess, conscripted me and two others to investigate some goings on in the city, and he mentioned earlier about trying to find other people to help us. So, I mean, I don't know what kind of work you're looking for, but maybe throwing your name in the hat might not be a bad idea. It's guaranteed work.
I mean, is stuff inside the city, or are you kind of going out and about?
Well, yes and no. So it's
Okay,
inside the
okay.
city, but it's a really big hole and we don't know where it goes to. So it could technically, I guess, be outside the city. We don't know.
I mean, a pretty deep hole does feel. Yeah, it'd be a change of pace. Get away from a little bit of the hustle and bustle. Yeah, sure, why not? Give me something to do. Day or
And
two.
it's right about that time in the conversation where the drow, the black-haired drow, comes back. Ah, yes, coin of delving, from the shores of Marquette. We had not discussed price yet. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I interrupting?
No, not at all. I was just conversating with this gentleman while I was waiting for you.
Ah, yes. Ah, well, I will have it up here when you're ready. Please feel free to continue browsing if you would like. She kind of wraps it up in a little silk handkerchief.
Acacia's going to turn back to Jawan and say, well, if you are interested in, joining in with us, I would recommend going to the Aurora Hold and ask for Verlas Olios. He's the one who's kind of sent us out for the work, and he would be the one to talk to.
All right. I mean, I'm not sure exactly where that's at, but I imagine I could find it. Usually the dens kind of stand out a little bit amongst the more common folk.
I mean, I can show you that way if you want.
Oh, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah. Let me finish up here, and I, if you were looking for something, let you finish your shopping, and then I'll take you over there.
All right.
Keisha's going to turn back around and grab one of the sort of decorative pieces from Hupperduke as well, and put it up on like the counter.
Okay. This particular one is almost like an odd sculpted person made out of gearworks of different kind. Kind of those ones that you see with nuts and bolts and different welded pieces.
Yeah.
But it is sculpted into a person. Almost automaton looking, but it looks more artistic than necessarily trying to represent a small automaton. And as you bring that up, a fine choice from a very cultured area of Wildmount. If you would like both the coin and that would be a total of 110 gold pieces.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. And she's going to sort of fish through her bag and or her coin pouch and hand over the 110 and look back to and just say, what was your name again? You're just a lovely person, and if I'm back in the area, definitely want to be able to come back.
I appreciate that. It's always nice to receive compliments on top of payment. My name is Vizdrana.
Oh, that's a lovely name.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your help, and if I'm back looking around for more wares, I will definitely come here first.
We always appreciate the patronage, and may your stay in Asarius be pleasant.
It's been so far. And just turn back around to Juwan and just say, "Well, whenever you're finished, I'll be right outside the door."
And it's sort of like scratching himself again, and he like immediately stops. Like, Oh well, I didn't really see what I was looking for, but here, let me get the door. And like, sort of like runs quickly in front of you and like pushes the door open for you. He's like, after you.
Oh, thank you. And steps out and goes to leading him towards the Aurora Hold.
Okay. And you guys are in the North Roads district, so you are not far from the Aurora Hold. As Jawan and Acacia, new friends, head over to talk to Den Oleos about some new recruits. While that walk is happening, Uria had some things to look for as well, although knew a specific location that she was going to, I believe.
Yes. I need to go get bones.
Okay. So I assume you're heading back to the Weeping Skeleton. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. So you head back to the store, and now getting back there and taking a good look here, you get the feeling of this place. It almost looks like it's got like the Haunted Mansion from Disneyland feel. It's almost like meant to be a novelty, like old and antique type stuff, but you're not sure if that's actually its vibe or if it's trying to put off that vibe. But it's got really dark colors on the front, as opposed to the Equinox that Acacia just went to. The windows here are very smudged and dirty. There's little wildflowers that are kind of growing in some of the dirt that has gathered up in the corners of the road and the building here. But you get up to the door, it's slightly cracked, and walk in to a very interesting smell. Currently, it has it's kind of it's odd because the room is cold, and you feel a little bit of a breeze going, but you also get this mix of like burning metal, but also burnt hair. And it's very, very pungent. You can tell that there's some incense and some like perfumey type scents trying to mask it, but it is an odd mix of smells as you walk in. And it's not a shop like, that's going to have a bunch of shelves here or anything, but you do see in this it's kind of square as you walk in that behind the counter there are a variety of bottles of different sorts. Some you can tell at the top have dry ingredients in them, different herbs, or you look maybe body parts. You're not quite sure. You don't want to look too closely and really get the vibe. But there are different potions and ingredients here as well. You do see that there is a young male goblin who is at the counter currently. When you walk in and sees you walk in and kind of gives you a wave. And goes back to writing it in the book that he is working on currently.
Excuse me. Could I talk to you about buying some inventory?
Kind of as he looks up and kind of looks back down and finishing writes for a second, and closes. What is this big book? Just kind of right. Dusts himself off a little bit. Comes around the corner, opens this like it's pretty small because there's gnomes and goblins working here. Opens the counter, lifts it up to get by. It says, sure. Welcome to the Weeping Skeleton. You can tell he kind of straightens himself up, like, oh yeah, that's right. I got to put on my customer voice now. What are you looking for?
I'm sure you don't get this request often, or maybe you do. I need bones.
Oh, right. What kind of bones? You need animal bones? You need humanoid bones? You need, we're talking like leg bones? You need some ribs? We've got skulls, but skulls are pretty much a premium. We're running low on toad skulls right now. I know those are big in a very specific type of healing potion that has been going around, or the need has been going around lately. What do you need? What are you looking for?
I'm looking for some knuckles, particularly of we're close to a lake, so some form of like ocean or lake creature, maybe crocodile.
Oh yeah, we got we got crocodile bones aplenty. That's not even that'll be as cheap as you can get. They get eaten so much around here that that'll be about the cheapest you can get if you want to go crocodile bones.
What would be the most expensive, like, water creature that you have?
Oh, the most expensive water creature. Well, I think we have beak of kraken. That's a beak. I don't know if that counts as bones. They don't really have any bones, but we've got a large like beak of a kraken, and kind of mimics like the beak chomping down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But besides that, we have let's see, we have some aboleth bones. I think that's probably going to be as expensive as it gets, considering that they often have magical residue on them after the aboleth is killed.
So how much would be the aboleth bones?
Oh, how much you need?
25 gold pieces?
25 gold pieces. If you need 25 gold pieces worth, we could get you two of the smaller size bones, if you're not looking for anything in particular. We could do some fin knuckles. Yeah, some fin knuckles, if you want to do that.
That's perfect.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. Give me a few moments and I'll head back and do that. And he starts... yeah.
I also smelled incense. Do you sell that as well?
Oh, yes, we do. We have a very... how to put this? We do have incense that is often recycled incense. We will often kind of use as a filler some of the ashes from the cremations.
Okay.
So, but we do. We sell it for, it goes for quite a bit, and it works as good as any other incense. And you can tell he's got this weird look, like he does not like talking about this instance. He's got that, like, I'm a customer service agent talking about a product I don't agree with.
All right, I will take 100 gold pieces of your incense as well.
Oh, right. And would you like we do have specific batches from specific people. Would you like the information on the people who are?
No. Actually, I would rather not know.
Oh, good. Yeah, makes sense. Right. Okay. I think. Okay, let me. And he writes down a couple things. Yeah, give me a little bit. I'll go gather these things for you. He kind of whispers in. I think Treadmill is gonna be out soon. He's a lot. I'm sorry. And he runs back. And you hear as he walks back, he kind of greets, Dreadmill, yeah. Oh, yes, we do have a customer outside. Sure, yeah, okay. And you see this kind of pale-skinned gnome with his pointy ears, but they're a little bit droopy, comes out. And now he's got a really nice, kind of almost tailored suit that is lined with purple, has some black elements to it. Oh, yes. Hello. It seems we have a customer in the Weeping Skeleton today. Did my friend tell you about our discounts and deals that we have, along with certain agreements?
Yes, he did. We actually met earlier today. I was the one asking about the bones of the dead person.
Yes. Right, when we were moving. Oh, that's right. Thank you. Sometimes my memory is a little bit spotty, even for a deep gnome. But perhaps I can interest you in a discount in today's purchase, with a signed agreement to be allowed to harvest components off of your body at your time of death.
I think I would need to talk to somebody about that before I agree.
Oh, well. Okay.
Like, I'm not opposed to it, but there are people in my periphery that might be opposed to it.
Okay, I see. Prior contractual obligations with your body after death. I understand. Okay, well, should you change your mind, we offer a variety of funerary services on top of it. You could sign up for a funeral now if you wanted to trade over the harvesting rights. We have a variety. We have pyre cremation or arcane cremation. We've got burial in the cemetery outside the city, of course. We've got composting options. We have animal recycling, or of course, if you just like all of your components to be harvested and be put to use in different mixes and concoctions, then that can be accomplished as well.
I'm going to make a note of that because that composting option very much agrees with me.
Oh, well, fantastic. As well, I'm a very large proponent of tending to the cycle and making sure that what is no longer living is used to give life to other things. So I see that others can appreciate that as well, and it's been more popular lately, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it is. It's very important for us to commune with the elements of nature. Doing unnatural things with our bodies after death definitely disturbs the balance, I guess.
Agreed. And go ahead and roll. Just give me a persuasion check.
Oh, okay. That's good, except I'm pretty sure my charisma is my persuasion is -1. It is! So 17!
17. That's still pretty good. And he just looks like he's really enjoying the conversation and likes some of the things you talked about. Well, I'll make sure to mention to Groyston to add a little bit of a discount on today's purchase. And we hope to see you here at the Weeping Skeleton again.
Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. I do need more components. However, I am currently a little, my current purchases are going to clear me out, but I will be back most certainly.
Understood. And as you finish up the conversation, Groyston comes out with a couple of small aboleth bones, kind of pencil size in length, a little bit thicker, and kind of taper out at the end, but brings out 3 of those, which will be the 25 gold pieces worth of bones needed, and a small box, probably about a foot long, maybe 4 inches on either side for the dimensions besides that, but has a small poppy flower carved into the top, and it looks like that is the lid of it can be used as a holder for the incense as well. So, here's your incense and the aboleth bones. And Dreadmel looks to him. Make sure to apply the discount. Oh, great, right. And does some calculations. Well, then that'll be 115 gold pieces today.
Absolutely. I part with my 115 gold pieces. Happily.
And they kind of give you a oddly macabre greeting as you leave. As you walk out the door, Dreadmount. Well, we'll be seeing you soon either way. And is there anything else you wanted to do before heading back to the Wise Spider for the night?
No. I'm gonna head back and start doing some carving of bones in public.
Okay, got it. Okay. So with that, Acacia and Jawan get to the front of the Aurora Hole. There's the similar open door at the front with the 2 doors on the inside that have the drawstring to ring a bell for an attendant to be brought out. And there's the door that you had used before, if you would like to ring the same one to see if somebody will come out so that you can talk to somebody at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it worked last time, so Acacia is going to put on this air of confidence that she knows exactly what she's doing and walk straight up to the bell and ring it.
Okay. Uh-oh, we lost someone.
Oh no, Alex just dropped off. Oh.
Uh-oh.
He just texted me. It's okay. It's okay. He texted me.
We know what's going on. Well, wait a second here for him. I don't want to hop into the scene. if he's getting back in there.
Winnie and Yuri want to do anything real quick? I'm gonna give
Yeah,
them
we'll say, Winnie, you head back to the Wise Spider and see Uria near the outside, yeah, I'd say Uria, where would you post up to do your bone carving?
In the middle of the dining room,
Okay.
in plain view of all the snooty people in here.
Okay, got it. When you return to the Wise Spider and see Uria carving some bones and some drow who are eating in there, giving very kind of turning up their noses at the prospect of Uria being in here and carving these bones.
What you got there?
I just wanted a little insurance policy for tomorrow, so I went out and got me some bones.
Oh, cool. Are they for a spell?
They are.
Cool. What spell is that?
So I used to see my mom do this like communion with the goddess where she would kind of grab some bones from, we had a lot of animals around when I was growing up, so some of our more loved ones we would keep parts for use, and she would kind of throw the bones on the ground and it would tell us stuff about the future. Normally it would be like, we would do it in an important day to see if we were getting good news. She did it on the day that I was supposed to like come of age, and she said I was supposed to get good news, and I'm still doubting whether or not I got good news, but I'm gonna try it anyway.
Oh, that sounds really neat. You'll have to teach me that one day.
Yeah, I can show you how to do it tomorrow. It won't take very long.
I don't know if I have the talent for that kind of magic, but maybe one day.
Yeah, I mean, you can always watch, and hopefully it'll mean that we have a good sign going into whatever that hole is tomorrow.
Yeah, I definitely need to prepare for tomorrow. I need to look through my book and think about what will be helpful.
Yeah, it was really deep. I wish I could fly. I feel like that would be really helpful right now.
That would be really, really helpful. I wish I was powerful enough for that. Sadly, I'm not. Wow. I think I can make sure that if we fall, it goes gently.
Oh, that's good. I don't want.
Yeah, that's probably the best I can do.
Yeah, I think I just told that gnome that we saw earlier that he could use my body as fertilizer. So I don't want to let him do that tomorrow.
Yeah, well, hopefully you have to die first.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I don't want to.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, because if he could just do that any time, that would not be ideal.
No, it wouldn't. Wait, where were you? I thought you came here.
Oh, I did. I taste tested their entire menu. I highly recommend the escargot. It's really good.
Oh, taste tested the entire menu. I mean, you're big, but that's a lot of food.
Yeah, it's really good here. I recommend it. Yeah. Order one of every.
I guess.
That's what I did.
Oh.
And over in the corner, you see there's one of the waitstaff who just turns his head and looks when he hears it being overheard, and puts the head down and walks into the kitchen.
I still have some of the wine that I ordered. Winnie did not give all the wine to the family. She kept it.
Okay, got it.
I mean, I'm good to have a glass of wine, and I definitely need some food. Escargot is one of my favorites, so I'm very interested in eating some snails and drinking some wine with you if you're okay with me finishing up my carving.
Yeah, you go right ahead. And yeah. Oh, server.
He kind of pops his head out, but doesn't come all the way to the table. Yes.
Another round of one of everything?
Yes. Thank you, Den Olios. And heads into the kitchen. Got it. Okay.
I love making rich people mad.
Winnie just won't waste food. She's just not doing
Awesome. So Uri and Winnie spend a little time drinking wine and eating escargot and a little bit of everything off the menu at the Wise Spider. Acacia and Jawan, the two of you are in the Aurora Hold, kind of in the foyer area, the entrance area, with the two doors. The right one was the one used before. If you would like to continue to use that one to call somebody to the door.
Yeah, so like I was saying, Acacia kind of like straps on this air of like, I know exactly what I'm doing, confidence, and goes up and rings the bell at that door.
Okay. And after just a few moments, the same human who had answered before pops his head out. Oh, yes. Is there something I can do for you again?
Well, we were here before. Verles said that he was going to sort of put out some feelers for some other adventurers who might be willing to help out, and I think I may have done part of his job for him. And I'm just gonna kind of like turn and like do like a presentation of Jawan.
What's the look on Joanne's face as Acacia introduces him that way?
Pretty like mouth agape, like he's just kind of like looking up and around the building.
Okay.
Not even really paying attention to what Acacia's saying, like just mouth agape, just
Okay, got it. And he yes, and kind of just a moment, and kind of closes the door, but leaves it cracked a little. You can tell he's just behind, and you see him put his fingers up to his forehead, get a little sheen over his eyes, mutter something under his breath. Wait a moment for, almost as if he's listening to a response. Verlas is happy to hear you have found a suitable bit of company. He has authorized me to give you the permission to take him along at the same rate that you all are being offered.
Oh, well, tell him I said thank you, and you know, if he finds anybody else, that we're happy to take them along as well.
And he looks, do you still have a request for someone else?
I mean, we don't know what's down there. I'm not exactly in a mood to fight a dragon with just the four of us. Like, not that strong. But,
right.
you know.
Well, I will speak with him, put in a good word if I can. I know he's quite busy, but we will do what we can.
We appreciate it. All right, well, turn back around, and so Jawan's like, well, welcome to the party, I guess.
oh, is it
Yeah, I guess.
just us? Is that
No,
that one behind the door you were talking to? Is it?
no.
I was about to say this isn't a very fun party.
No, the other two are at the Wise Spider. Denolios kind of gave us a free voucher, you know, so it's free food, free place to stay, and from what I
Like
gather,
free?
it's kind of nice.
I like free.
Well, and let's head over there, and you can meet everyone else.
Yeah. It sounds like a plan.
And
All right.
Is the wise spider like visible from the Aurora Hold?
Not quite visible, pretty close.
Okay, because it's like Acacia did not pay attention at all to which direction Winnie went
Okay.
when heading for the wise spider.
Go ahead. Yeah, just go ahead and roll an investigation check for me here. Just I'll give you investigation and perception again. That same choice from before as well.
16.
Oh yeah, you're able to find it well enough without too much fuss. And as you leave the Aurora Hold, and it's kind of almost chapel-like appearance with the stained glass windows, now not having as much of that light coming through in this foyer entrance area, you leave and head to the Wise Spider and see Uria and Winnie deep into a bottle of wine, with Uria now having carved. What shapes are you carving into these bones?
The mute button is going to be my enemy. I'm carving like moons and then stars and then little fishes and then like some arrows on like the edges, like
Okay.
making them look as nice as a set of bones can look.
Okay, got it. And Uria and Winnie, you both look up and see Acacia with a new companion walking in, Juan, who well, I'll let you guys take it from here.
Hey guys, so while I was out, this individual, we ran into each other, and he said he was looking for work, so I figured he might be helpful with, checking out the hole.
Oh, hi. Winnie's got, a pheasant leg in her mouth and wipes her greasy hand on her brown cloak, which isn't really any cleaner, and holds it out to him. Welcome. Please. We have so much food. Don't let it go to waste.
Oh, I can't imagine I'd let any of that happen. And he sort of gives you a very firm handshake and no qualms with grabbing the greasy hands. Just sort of pops up and sits down at the table next to you.
You smell like animals,
Oh,
like a lot of them.
Yeah, that's probably a little bit. And this squirrel sort of like peeks his nose out from under like the shoulder shaw and just sort of like sniffs around at everybody and picks his head up. And like, there's a little bit. Everybody can say hi. It's us
Hi, a
and
little bit.
all the friends that he brought with us, and starts like scratching behind his ears. Yeah. Hopefully, you guys the bugs will stay with me. You ain't got to worry about that.
Did you just say bugs?
Yeah, Acacia's as well is just almost simultaneously with Yuri is just like, did you say bugs?
And he sort of like looks over at the
As long
table.
as they're not fleas, I'm fine.
He turns and looks at the table, and like smacks his hand on the table and goes, "Hey, you back up here!" And you guys see a flea jump from off of the table up onto his shoulder.
No. Uria is like, listen, I grew up around all sorts of people that talk to trees and like sing with birds, but I draw the line at insects.
Yeah,
I mean,
this how they were back in the Lotus Den as well. That's sort of why I moved up here, but figured that's normally how it goes. So guess let y'all enjoy your dinner then. I don't want to disturb.
Wait.
Don't be silly. I'm quite sure I have a few fleas anyway. The more the merrier.
Well, and to be fair, I've been walking around with Juwan for probably an hour or so now, and nothing's jumped up on me. So, I mean, maybe he's right, and they won't just kind of. Maybe they're, I don't know, special
Friendly
fleas?
fleas.
I don't know what I need to roll, but I would like to do a flea check on Anisha.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a perception check to
Okay.
perceive if any fleas made it onto Acacia. Well, I guess I would say if you're trying to go up and like look and like dig in and like look around, that's going to be investigation. But if you're just kind of like looking over and doing a spot check, and that will kind of depend on what Acacia allows you to do as well.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. It's either 19 or 22.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Acacia looks clean. Yeah, you don't see any fleas have crossed over to Acacia. And oddly enough, with that high of a perception check, you see a flea kind of jump off a little bit, but then jump back on, like not leaving. And it seems to be
All right.
You catch a sight of a well-mannered flea.
All right. I'll be cool with this. Hi, I'm sorry. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Iria. I'll allow this as long as I don't wake up with fleas tomorrow. If I wake up with fleas tomorrow, this whole deal is off.
I'll reassure you, if you wake up with any fleas, they aren't mine. We got a bond, we're pretty tight. It's that. It works out pretty well.
Well, like I said, I mean, I'm gonna look to Yuria and sort of like under my breath be like, to be fair, he's kind of one of the first people here who's, come up and actually approached me in a friendly way. So, I don't know. I just figured give him a chance.
I'm trusting you. Like, that's fine. I mean, people like him is like what I grew up around. I just have never seen insects be that attuned to a person. I've seen it all. Other things like fish and bears, lizards, snakes, the whole shebang. Never fleas. You know how hard it is to like surprise an Ashari with animals?
And as you sort of
Wait,
turn back to look towards the table and like reevaluate, you see a piece of meat from the far end of the table be picked up by a handful of fleas and just sort of leaped across the table to Juan. Use Mage Hand.
Mage Hand is some fleas. Oh my god.
Winnie starts inspecting her fur for fleas.
All right, I'm gonna trust you, but like I said, I find a flea anywhere in me.
I mean,
we're gonna have words.
I mean, I've only kind of heard stories about the Ashari, but I mean, you summoned a fish. Like, you made a fish appear out of the air. Is it really unreasonable to think that maybe the fleas on Juan are, trained?
Like I said, I'm gonna go with faith on this one, and I'll, eat in the table with the fleas carrying the piece of meat. Well, I don't want the fleas on me, because I'll do the whole shit covered shoes and not shower for a couple of days because you're in the communing with nature, the whole shebang. I'm all for it. I don't like insects.
Oh, that's fair. Well, I guess we've got kind of a big day ahead of us tomorrow, so do we even know? Do we each have rooms, or is it all one big room? Did anybody find out?
I told him we wanted 3 rooms, but I guess we could tell him we want 4 now and see if that works.
It's possible.
Yeah, the attendant is walking by, easy enough to grab if you all wanted to ask him.
Excuse me.
Ah, yes, my favorite table. What can I do for you?
Insight check.
No,
Sure, go ahead and roll
he
insight
does
check.
not need an insight check for that.
That is a wasted natural 20 if I've ever rolled one.
Oh.
You are not, in fact, his favorite table ever.
We said we needed 3 rooms, but I miscounted. So sorry. Can we have 4 rooms?
Ah, miscounting from 3 to 4. Understood. Yes, I'd be happy to accommodate with an extra room for you. Not a problem at all.
And another round of food for our new friend.
Yes. Gives the look to Joanne. What would you like to eat, sir?
Honestly, whatever the special is, I'm sort of a connoisseur. I like to try little bits and pieces everywhere I go.
Fantastic. I'll be happy to bring something out. You hear as he walks away under his breath, so long as it's not another one of everything.
Excuse me.
Yes?
And I try to channel every haughty elf fiber in my being. And I just go, I'm actually still a little hungry. Can I get one of everything?
And at this point, he kind of turns all the way back and squares up. Yes, we'll be happy to perhaps bring that up to the rooms in a bit. We do have other guests that we need to serve as well tonight.
That'll be more than sufficient. Thank you.
Fantastic. Great. Turns back around and heads back into the kitchen. head down.
I stare at the back of his head. He heard they, I don't know, stare at the back of their head until they get into the kitchen.
When he gives Yuria a thumbs up.
Okay,
Although Winnie starts to get a little nervous, does Winnie have a sense of they're pushing it? Is this going to get back?
Well, everything that you order is being charged to Den Oleos.
Oops.
So, do with that information what you will.
We might have to leave town after this.
Can I go find I'll go to the restroom, the outhouse, whatever, to wash my hands. Can I find the dishwasher or the person that cleans the floors, the lowest ranking person that works here?
Sure. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Okay. 18.
18. You see, probably about every 10 to 15 minutes or so, there is a small goblin. It looks like a goblin woman, pretty young, even for a goblin. But she has an outfit that is similar to the head, the head waitstaff who's been dealing with you guys so far, but smaller, goblin-sized, and it looks like it's got some stains and kind of is wet, like there's been some food or drink that's been spilled on it, and she's clearing the tables after people leave.
All right, can I go up to the goblin woman?
Sure, you do, and she. Is there something you need?
Yes.
I can go get the other.
No. I want to speak to you, actually.
Sure.
I have a question, and this might be rude, but I don't particularly care. But also, I've always known that, people that seem invisible normally have the best information. And I have a feeling that that's how they treat you.
Well, they paid fairly well. I'm kind of overlooked. most of the time, but it's not better than most goblins.
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
they're not mean. They just, sometimes they don't see me or they get run into. It's just standard stuff, that's just what being a goblin's like.
Yeah. I'm gonna kind of like sit on the floor and ask her very poignantly, I need to know, how much is food here? Like, how expensive is it?
Oh, it's one of the more expensive places in town. Some of the dishes go for a few gold each.
Okay. What about the rooms?
I think the rooms are 5 gold each as well. We're actually more known for our food, and the lodging is just, an extra thing.
All right. Thank you so much. And
You're welcome.
as I stand up, I kind of drop a little stack of 5 gold pieces on the floor.
Oh, you don't have to do that. I get paid well.
Hey.
I
I know you do, but that doesn't mean that information doesn't come with a price. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I hope to see you around.
I go back to the table and I sit. They're not going to miss a single penny that we've spent.
That's a relief.
Mm-hmm.
Olios has a lot of money, I think. I don't know if they're one of the richer dens, but all the dens are rich.
Yeah, I mean, at most we've spent
Winnie
like...
anyway. Winnie thinks they're all just like
100.
kings and queens. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at most we spent 100, 150 gold pieces between food and lodging, so...
Winnie looks faint. How much?
Mm-hmm.
I guess, I mean...
Winnie starts choking on her roast pheasant.
I don't... I mean, it's not that much. I mean, I guess to some people, it is, but I'm sure to these dens that's nothing. And it's not like they're spending it anywhere else to help anybody else, so...
Mm-hmm. If anything, we're just redistributing wealth to the people that need it more.
I mean, if we were going to do that, we probably should have picked well, I guess they weren't going to put us somewhere where the money would go to people who actually need it. I mean, just kind of look at this place. It doesn't look like anybody here's hurting for money.
I mean, the patrons might not, but I guess the drow... I don't know much about the city, but I guess the drow are more like in the upper echelons of society, but I mean, the lady that cleans up is a goblin, so I can't imagine that her family isn't appreciative to have this job.
Oh, yeah. I guess every little bit helps.
Yeah.
So over the next couple of hours, another one of everything is brought up in boxes, ready to be taken up to the rooms. And you all have a wonderful, delicious meal here at the Wise Spider and great conversation with new companions. And was there anything anybody wanted to do before heading to the rooms and resting for the night? Okay.
How much are other patrons leaving for a tip?
Generally, it looks like a gold or two, not a ton. That seems to be a standard tip here so far that you can tell.
Oh, okay. So Winnie,
which should still be a lot somewhere else, but here, that seems
a lot
standard.
for Winnie. So she takes out her pouch and she sighs and says, "Well, I did order one of everything 3 times." So she puts 3 gold on the table.
Okay, got it.
As everybody else sort of moves off the table,
Acacia is feeling super, super guilty about like seeing all of the food and everything that's been coming through, and she's gonna leave 15.
Okay. Okay, got it. Nice little stack of gold is piling up on the table.
Hidden
I'm gonna
under a
go
napkin.
upstairs and pray.
Okay.
Yeah, Winnie just looks at her wide-eyed. Wow.
I don't know. They worked really hard, so
They did.
I mean,
They deserved it, that's for sure.
yeah, it's not doing me any good with it sitting
That's
in my
almost-
pocket.
That's almost as much as we just earned.
It's okay. Like I said, it's not doing me any good sitting in my pocket right now, so help somebody else out that might need it.
And I
Okay.
turn to both of you and I
That's
go,
all good.
don't you need spell components and other things so that we don't die tomorrow?
I mean, I have this, and I point to the crest, the Everlight. Just like, I don't know, I haven't really done any other spells that really require anything else than this.
All right. I'm gonna teach you a trick with some bones tomorrow.
Okay, and Arya, you go up to your room, and it's a nice room. It's got a very comfortable bed, with a side table and a table with a chair on it that you could use as a desk and to put to store things on as well. A little spot where there's a torch that you can light for not like a big full size torch, but almost like just kind of a little lamp torch with a little fuse on it, kind of in between a torch and a oil candle. If everybody else heads up to their rooms, they all find the same. And there are, even here in the rooms, there are the colors of the dynasty with different little bits of iconography here and there along the walls down the hall. And just that general aesthetic of that really nice drow opulence as you all find your rooms to get ready to rest for the evening. And anything in particular anybody was trying to do? Or just hitting the hay and getting ready for the adventure the next day?
Just hitting the hay for me.
Okay.
Juwan would
Praying and hitting the hay.
fiddle around with anything that's like in the room, any like loose trinkets or something like that might be left behind, like a notepad. More than likely, inevitably breaking something unintentionally.
Sure.
And at that point, he would be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, time to go to bed."
Okay, got it. There is what looks like to be like a ceramic sculpture. It's painted. It's not like it's incredibly nice, not like glass or anything like that, but it is ceramic painted image. It is a small shape, probably about 6 to 8 inches across in radius of a dodecahedron, and standing on a little pedestal as you kind of mess around with it a little bit, and it starts to wobble on its side and almost falls, and you grab it before it does, but you do notice that one of the decorative handles on it broke off a little bit, and so you just kind of set it down on there and decide to move on.
Yep, and I'll just sort of like druid craft like a little flower or something like right there where
very
the
cool.
handle was.
Okay, got it. And it actually ends up looking like a really cool addition, almost like it was intentional.
But I'm keeping the handle. I can't leave any evidence.
Okay, noted. Got it. You can add a small ceramic handle to your inventory.
That'll be a mystery Mousca for later.
Do you remember that small piece of ceramic I had? Okay, got it. Well, if there's nothing else from anybody else, everybody can mark a long rest. However, in the middle of the night, Winnie, your sleep comes easily with a full belly, thoughts of family, and being able to provide that same warm meal to them, with everybody happy, even for that small amount of time that you were there, everybody being happy. You fall asleep very easy, slip into unconsciousness. And as you do, you begin to dream. A dream that feels familiar. Walking up a set of curved crystal steps. The staircase almost like you're walking up a tower. And you get to the end of the staircase after walking what is both an endless amount of time and almost instant in this dreamlike state. And you see in this room, a room it's about 40 feet across, circular, with tables off to the side on one end. And on the other end, a table that has what looks to be alchemy equipment. In the middle, also two tables, but these seem to be shaped a little bit more, a little bit thinner, a little bit skinnier than a standard table where you might be eating or using as a desk. And you see that there are two blankets over these two tables with something underneath them. Right away, it looks like maybe there's something beneath someone who's expired beneath the covers, and there's two tables like this here in this room. There's a small bit of candlelight flickering in the dark. You do feel like you have some bit of agency in this dream. What do you do?
I look around. Do I see anything else in the room?
Roll perception check.
Anyone else in the room? $13.
13. No one else in the room that you can see besides what may be under these sheets, these two tables. You do see that next to one of the tables is a small tray. Looks like some kind of implements on it. Besides that, the room is oddly plain. With a 13, you can see that it's stone. That the crystal staircase led into what is a stone floor and stone walls. But the architecture is very clean, very nice, very advanced. Not haphazard. This is a well-made room, a well-made tower, if that's what it is.
Do I recognize the architecture?
Not specifically. Not specifically.
Are there any windows?
There are no windows in this room.
Ceiling?
There's a ceiling. It is a pointed ceiling, kind of in the center is where it's tallest and is kind of a reverse cone shape besides that.
I'm at the top. No further.
Nothing beyond that. Yeah. This seems to be the top of whatever the staircase was.
Okay. I take a breath and I approach one of the tables.
As you do, you hear drip, drip, drip. Something dripping as you get closer.
Is there something under the table?
Not that you can tell.
Pull back the blanket.
As you pull back the blanket, before you can even see what it is, something beneath the sheets jumps up at you and wraps its hands around your neck. And as it does, you bolt up, awake from the dream, covered in a cold sweat, breathing deeply.
Did I see what it was that bolted? Was it a person?
Something had arms, hands. Beyond that, it was hard to tell. It was so quick. Yeah, just blur. You could feel more than anything the hands around your neck, but that's it.
Oh. I didn't recognize anything else about the room.
Now in your waking state, trying to remember if it has any kind of connection to something that you've actually done. Not something you remember.
Oh. Well, I guess I take out my book and I try to write down what I remember.
Okay. You start a little bit of a dream journal in your notebook as you finish your long rest, and you see the sunlight is starting to come through the window of your room. There are windows in the rooms you all are staying in. You see a bit of light come through, knowing it's almost time to wake up anyways at this point. With that, as Winnie takes notes on her dream, everybody comes to in the next morning. And if you haven't already, you can mark a long rest. And as everybody wakes up in the morning, you can decide how you'd like to go about the day and what you'd like to do.
Well, Acacia's gonna come down from the room for breakfast, and she's not in her full armor. She's in a more casual, I guess you could call it like a priestly wear. And she just comes down looking for breakfast and seeming a bit more chipper this morning than she was yesterday, as far as like her sort of nervousness, and a lot of that seemed to kind of wash away, and she seems to be more, just more upbeat and ready for the day.
Great.
She comes down and looks for whoever the wait staff might be, and just gets a very modest breakfast in comparison to the evening before.
They do have some things already set out here in the morning. They have, fruit trays and loaves of bread that you can grab. A large stick of butter that looks kind of like that really good butter that's been just hand whipped and is just kind of sitting there, in a big pile on the plate. You smell the smell of coffee as well, just kind of given that nice aroma here in this downstairs area of the wife spiders. You come down for a little bit of breakfast and to see if the others have gathered. Is everybody waking up and just heading downstairs for the morning to reconvene and prep for the day?
Yeah, pretty slow to do so, but
Winnie wakes up shaken, kind of shaking from her dream, and takes the pewter bowl out of her pack and fills it with water from the nightstand pitcher. She washes her face, then washes her hands and her feet, and puts the bowl back and goes downstairs.
Awesome. Go down and see Acacia.
Good morning, Winnie.
Oh, good morning. I wonder if the menu's different this morning.
Well,
should we see?
It looks like they've laid out a bunch of stuff already.
Oh, it's a buffet. I love a buffet.
Yeah, and Acacia just has like sitting in front of her, like I said, a very like modest portion of like fruit.
Winnie just gets a plate and piles it as high as she can.
There's also stuff, slices of ham, hard-boiled eggs. It's a very, there is some variety to the things that you can grab here as well, but there's enough to put a pile on the plate for sure.
And then stuffs as much of it into her pockets and packages, particularly the sausages.
Okay, yeah, there's plenty of those to grab for sure. The breakfast size too, so you can kind of really stuff them in there.
Yep.
Did you sleep okay?
Oh, I did okay. I have dreams sometimes, but I'm okay. I'm ready. I thought about our task today and prepared some things that might help.
That's good. That's good. I'm excited. I'm excited for this. I think, the three of us, we did really well yesterday, and hopefully Juwan and Little Bit will be a nice addition.
so. I think so. I don't mind the fleas. Everybody in the crates has them.
I'm not a fan, but like I said, the whole time we were together, they never got on me, and I don't know. There's just he's the first person who's spoken to me, or approached me since I've been here that wasn't aggressive about it. So I don't know. It maybe just gave me a sense of trusting that he's a good person.
Well, yeah. I mean, so far so good, and he looks like he's capable. So I think that'll be helpful.
Yeah. Have you seen Uriah yet?
No, not yet.
And with that, how would Urya and Jawan be waking up and getting ready for the day?
Juwan is probably awoken by a little bit, and very groggy. All right. We'll go down and get some food, and sort of gets everything thrown on his usual apparel, and a little bit crawls up into his nestling place up on his back, and he very sluggishly comes down the stairs to the sort of open area where you guys are seated eating, and you hear him coming down well before you see him. He is very heavy-footed in the mornings, especially for only being about 60 pounds. Almost like dragging himself to the table, and comes up and sits next to everybody and just like sort of immediately like puts his head down and just sort of like mumbles, good morning. And a little bit sort of comes out, sniffs around like towards people's plates and
Morning, Juwan. Hi, Little Bit. And I'm gonna like pull a piece of fruit out of my bowl and hand it to Little Bit. Did you not sleep well?
yeah, as good as I can. It's one of the few pleasures in life I sort of get to dictate on my own.
That's fair. Well, I think we're just waiting on Uriah now and get some breakfast and get started on this endeavor before it gets too much later.
Smash cut to Urya.
I'm snoring in like a pile of bed sheets that I made on the ground. It's all slightly damp, and I'm just just deeply asleep.
So everybody waits a little bit of time as they eat their continental breakfast here before Urya comes down. How long we talking here? How long is everybody waiting?
Acacia would probably wait like 45 minutes tops
Well,
from
Winnie
the
would
time
go
that
up,
Juwan came down.
Winnie would go up to check on her.
Juwan probably lost track of time because he fell back asleep.
Down at the table, fell back asleep. Got it. Only two morning people in the group.
Do y'all come up to get me?
Yes, after about like 45 minutes after Juwan comes down, like Acacia's like, we should go check on her.
Yeah, let's go check on her.
And head upstairs and knock on her door, sort of like apprehensive, like really soft at first. Uriah, are you okay?
I like groggily get up and I like open the door and like I'm butt ass naked, wet, like I'm damp. Like what?
Oh,
It's so early.
We've all been up
So
for
early.
Rise and shine.
Oh
Make
no!
hay you have to make hay while the sun is shining.
And
Oh,
you might
God.
not want to make. You might want to put clothes on before
Yeah.
we go make hay.
Clothes are optional.
I don't. I don't know if the patrons downstairs would agree.
Yeah, I've realized that people in like conventional society or whatever really frown upon like others not wearing clothing. How about you stay right there so that I don't fall back asleep while I put clothes on?
Okay. And
Yeah.
Acacia's gonna like turn away and like look towards the hallway. She just kind of stands there and waits.
Yeah. I like go in and like, put on all my clothes, and I come out and suddenly I'm dry. Like, hey, hi.
There's food downstairs.
They're fish.
Didn't
I
see
need
any.
fish. God. All right.
No smoked salmon.
Ugh.
No smoked salmon.
No lox and
on the
bagels?
menu. Not this morning.
What kind of low rent joint is
What
this?
about what about salted herring? Literally any fish. No.
Salt
Okay.
cod?
Not on the not
No.
anything that you saw on the table, at least.
Mm.
All right.
All
I'll
right,
go and
okay.
sit. I'll go and sit at a table with the biggest cup of coffee they can provide me, and just be like, I don't do mornings. I'm a like night person. Yeah.
Do you not sleep well at night, or
It's not that I don't sleep well at night. It's like, you know how the moons control the flow of the tides?
yeah?
They also seem to have like influence in like my willingness and desire to do things.
Well, I mean, I can gather that you're influenced by water physically, so I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Where I come from, we tend to be, I don't want to say nocturnal, but like a lot more waking up in the afternoon and going to bed at like, late into the night.
Well, how about this? If we stick together for a little while, then on days when we don't have the matter of a giant hole in town that's of interest to people that are killing the people, then I'll let you sleep into the afternoon.
Great. Oh, okay. That reminds me. And I like dig through my pack for my bones.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
I'm gonna ritually cast augury.
Okay. What does that ritual look like as you set it up?
I'll kind of like put my holy symbol on the table. I kind of like, like clear out like some of the dishes like with the food, and like Jawan's head like kind of like shifted a little to the side, and I just like put my holy symbol down. And then I put up like a glass and fill it up with, and like conjure up some water in it, and then I like pull out my teacup and put it there, and then I pull out some salt and start drawing the symbol of the Moonweaver, and then I like grab the bones, and I'm like, am I gonna need that funerary service? Like, that's really all I want to know. Or are any of us gonna need the funerary service? And I just kind of throw the bones on the table.
You hear the clatter of bones as they hit the table, and the way you've kind of set up your circle, you've done so with both both weal and woe sections so that the count of the bones can be one way or the other. And the way the aboleth bones were given to you, there are 2 smaller ones and 1 larger one. And as you throw them out, they hit and almost start to do this odd spin around, almost like a top, which is odd because you drop them down straight, and it's almost like they kind of bounce off each other, reflecting a little bit, almost like this weird spinning top motion that starts with them. But they slow down, not a quick stop, but a slow down as if they would naturally, with weal and woe both being offered as options. There are both good and bad results that may come from taking the course of action that you might take next. And in terms of an answer, it seems that it could be either way.
All right. I kind of look up and I go, do you guys want to know, or are you good? If you're good, I don't have to tell you. I can just keep it to myself.
Has Acacia ever seen... I mean, I'm sure that's a spell that she's probably seen done before. Probably not specifically in this manner.
Yeah, I was gonna say not in this exact same way, but it would be a spell, or at least very similar to spells that Acacia has seen. It's not out of the realm of Acacia's wheelhouse by any means.
It's just... No, I sort of understand how this spell works. And I guess that's... The result looks better than everything falling on that side. And she sort of points to what she's assuming is woe.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's worse results you could have gotten.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess something good is going to come out of this. And hopefully the bad is not the use of the funerary service.
Well, if the Everlights taught me anything, it's a solid way of making sure that doesn't happen.
All right. I'll kind of disappear the water, put the bones back in the bag, clean up the salt, and drink the cup of tea.
Okay. The post coffee tea.
Yeah. It's kind of like, you start off with high levels of caffeine and then you wean yourself off throughout the day.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, totally.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're supposed to wean yourself off?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm having coffee. I don't know what time it's for y'all, but it is 7:50 where I am, and I'm having a hot cup of coffee.
Same, and I'm on my 3rd Coke of the session.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
What? I'm on beer. What's wrong?
Oh, I gotta teach teenagers tomorrow, so I can't really be doing that.
I got beer and peanuts going on. Which reminds me, Winnie's like, "Where's the mimosa bar?"
Yeah, not out here specifically,
Bloody
but
Mary?
upon request. Yeah, upon request, if you ask, they say they have morning drinks that can be provided.
Winnie's all about it all. Winnie's just having a meltdown because it's like all this food is going to go to waste if no one eats it. So she's doing her level best, cramming it in.
Do you all serve pickled herring or smoked salmon or any sort of fish for breakfast?
And this is a different person. This is a younger drow than the wait attendant from the night before. It doesn't seem to have any kind of preconceived notions about the group or what you've ordered so far. We don't have anything on the breakfast menu, but perhaps a request can be made to use some of the ingredients off our dinner menu, and something can be brought out for an extra charge, of course.
Yeah, if it's not too much trouble. I have a particular taste. I'm not from around here.
Certainly. We can make accommodations. and maybe 20 minutes later, so it's some really nice salmon, nice big chunk of salmon. They bring out like half of the slab of salmon. It's a real big cut, and it's actually prepared really well. It looks like they took a little bit of time, seasoned well with a little bit of kind of lemon and different chives and seasonings that that are found pretty often in the Kryn Dynasty. Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, everybody finishes their breakfast, steels themselves for the day ahead, and gets ready to head out of the Wise Spider and on to the Crete's neighborhood. I should ask that before I presume. Is that what the party would like to do? Finish up breakfast and head off?
Yeah.
Yep.
I feel like we should use as much daylight as possible. I don't want to be caught in that tunnel after dark.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I haven't spent too much time on the ground, but most of the time it's pretty dark. As it is, whether the sun's up or not.
We don't have to worry about that too much.
Okay, and as everybody gathers their things, the four of you step out of the Wise Spider and start the trek back to the Crete's neighborhood, following the same path as the day before, the one that was a shortcut, hugging the edge of the Pits neighborhood in order to get to a spot where it meets the Crete's neighborhood, and is a little bit quicker than going just to the Crete's alone. And it's such a similar scene as the day before, as to almost seem like deja vu, walking down the dung-filled streets of the Pitts neighborhood, seeing the anaconda-sized adolescent purple worms being trained. You see this time small vendors who are walking around with a hawk on each arm and one on their shoulder, shouting about prices for hunting birds. You see the axbeaks now. Looks like as you pass that same area, some of them are being outfitted. You're not sure if these are being trained as mounts for war or if there's some kind of fight or pit that will happen at the local Tough Tusk Tavern, where these axbeaks may be pitted against each other. But as you get through the Pitts neighborhood and move into the Cretes, the familiar sight of the tents and huts here in this neighborhood that is certainly the more beat up part of Asarius, the part where it's a little bit left behind. And although there are those here who are much less financially able, there's still a bit of camaraderie here. There's still a bit of there's still a bit of courtesy in that as the group of you all pass by, even with humans, there's not any scowls or frowns turned your way. It seems that rumor has gone through this neighborhood very quickly, and that there's a bit of sense of relief as you walk through town, and that somebody here is doing something. And even Uriah and Acacia, and you're looking like someone who is not necessarily from around here. You even get a couple of greetings. Not sure if they know who you are, if they've heard the stories of what you've done or not, or if they just decided to be friendly. But it seems a little bit more hospitable here in the Cretes neighborhood, at least just in this little area where you were investigating this hole in the ground and the lizard folk who were guarding it. You make your way to where the goblin had directed you the day before and find the haphazardly packed tables and chairs and bits of wood and scrap that had been moved around this hole have been removed. And that standing around the hole are two Aurora Watch soldiers who are standing next to what looks to be some kind of mechanical contraption, a pulley at the top with four pieces of wood that are put together for a campfire, but much more reinforced and wide enough to fit over this hole with a pulley and a rope leading down directly into it. As a group of you approach, you see that there is a half orc, younger, that has a rather friendly smile that doesn't seem to give away any of their authority, even though they're being friendly. They still have that air of authority to them. Along with them is a bugbear from the Aurora Watch, not a sight that is seen very often. Winnie, you actually recognize them, not necessarily by name, but somebody who has been seen patrolling the Crease neighborhood. One who recognizes you as you walk up and gives a nod, and more of an acquaintance than a friend, but somebody that is another bugbear that is recognized. And as you approach, you see down into the deep, dark depths of this hole, and the rope that descends into that darkness, ready for you all to take it down if you so choose.
Now,
I think right there. Sorry, go ahead.
the owl has been patrolling overnight. So
Yes.
I'm just going to ask Owl for the download.
Okay.
And what he observed. If there had been an emergency, he would have come got me. But
exactly. And the owl comes and lands on your arm and gives you a little bit of a snuggle in your face, a little bit, reporting that nothing is of concern currently, nothing that they've seen at least, and that if there was anything to be concerned about, they would be giving definitely a bit of concern, or maybe biting or pecking at you if that were the case. But definitely calm.
I feed him one of the sausages from my pocket.
Bites down, tears it apart with his sounds a little bit, and gives that little owl smile. Little hoot in a familiar and happy response. And as the owl comes back to Winnie, I think that'd be a good point for us to take a break. All right, so we got 57 for wherever you're at. Sounds like East Coast is 757 here on the West Coast, or 58, I should say. 58, 758 on the East Coast, 458 on the West Coast. We will be back at, let's see, it's going to be 5:13 Pacific or 8:13 East Coast time. We'll take a little break, take a little snack, a little bathroom break, and we'll be back to explore the Hole in the Crease neighborhood. See you in a bit. Okay, do we have everyone back?
Present.
And we're back.
Good to go.
Oh no, we're missing our cleric.
Still got one. Okay. Wait a moment.
I'm here.
Hey, that's 4. Okay.
I could hear you, but I needed to run back to my computer to unmute myself.
Oh, got it. Okay, so the 4 of you stand near to Aurora Watch, the half orc and the bugbear, with the pulley and the rope already leading down into the hole here in the Cretes neighborhood. What would you like to do?
Well, it sounds like this is it like a elevator platform or like a
Not like an elevator platform. It's like a rope it's something that's secure for this rope to be attached to, and descends, down as far as you can see. At least it looks like there's a spot for it to be kind of, retracted manually. It's not like, a button press or anything like that. But it looks like something that is overall easier than just tying a rope off somewhere. Makes it, that pulley system for lifting, and gives it a secure mounted spot for the rope down into this tunnel.
Keisha's gonna step up to the guards and just say, "So, how do you guys know how deep this thing goes?"
We sent the rope down. The half orc answers. Sent the rope down, and it stopped, but kind of hard to tell. We looked beyond 400 feet at least.
I picked this thing up and I hope it helps. And Acacia pulls the coin out of a small pouch that she has on her side and looks at it and just goes, "Everlight, please don't screw us." And I'm going to throw the coin down, trying to doing my best to throw it with enough force that it will ricochet off the sides.
Okay. Kind of a ding, 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 ding.
It says it lets off a how does it say on the thing?
So
it issues a melodious ringing sound as it hits the surface.
So since you threw it against the side with a lot of force, go ahead and just give me a general athletics check just to see what kind of force we're throwing into this here.
Oh, I'm great at these. 15.
15. Okay. You all see Acacia throw it down, and yeah, that's as it bounces off the walls of this hole, ding, 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 and each time ringing out and being amplified by this hole as it travels upwards. It creates this almost melodious but still cryptic tone as it travels farther and farther, and all of you can hear it because it's amplified as it goes down, and you can tell the distance, and it goes quick, slowed down a little bit by the ricocheting, but you feel 100, 200 as the notes fade farther, 300, 400, and then one final ding that just rings out. 430 feet total.
Well, sounds like we've got a bit of a climb.
I'll go to Acacia and be like, "Do you think it would be smart for me to go down first and kind of see what's down there? Because I can see further than all of us."
Well, I mean, I don't think it's safe for any one of us to go down by ourselves. And you said that there were multiple pulleys put off, correct? Or was it just one pulley.
It's just one. You guys would have to use the same one
Mhm.
down. It would be kind of single file down the rope.
I mean,
It's like there's multiple pulleys. Like it's a system that has that rope to where one of the guards or somebody up top could pull it easier.
well, I mean, I know you can see better, but
Because I mean, I only have to go down, a little bit to be able to see the bottom.
I just want to make sure that whoever's down there first is also, the most protected.
Probably, yeah. And I knock on my armor. It's like I'm pretty sure I'll be fine.
Well, hopefully this will help. And I'm going to reach out and cast Shield of Faith on Iria. So that'll give you an extra +2 to your AC.
All right. For how long?
10 minutes.
All right. I'll go up to the half orc and ask him if he could help me set up my rigging for me to
Sure.
go down.
Of course.
And then as we're doing that, I kind of want to talk to him in Orcish and kind of get the lowdown of what happened while they were in watch. If they felt any rumbles under the ground, if they smelled anything weird, if more lizard people showed up.
Yeah. He kind of looks around a little bit when he says, "I swear I heard some noises coming from down there. Only once or twice, but a whole car thought it was nothing." And he points over to the bugbear. But I could swear I heard something.
Right. I mean, thank
Other
you.
than that, it's been pretty uneventful. We've got other Aurora Watch patrolling the neighborhood. Others in our group. We're just the ones here watching the hole specifically.
Yeah. So, do you think anybody in your group would harass the people that live here?
We're a group who's stationed down here that creates quite a bit. And he looks again at the bugbear. I think they chose some who grew up here specifically, so it wouldn't be so odd for us to be around. I think most of us in our group are going to be okay.
All right. Thank you. And I'll kind of start going down.
Okay.
Until I can see the bottom.
Okay. So climbing down this rope, go ahead and roll me an athletics check.
Oh God.
It's not a high DC to make this descent, but the dice do have some say in things that happen here.
Winnie's keeping an eye on her.
Oh, can I cast guidance on myself?
Sure. Yeah, you can get it on yourself. As long as you get it in before the roll.
Yeah, I don't wanna die. All right, yeah, 23.
23. You definitely jump in and even kind of get a little confident with it and jump from the side of the hole onto the rope and grab it and put your foot on and kind of let the rope go and slide yourself down. How far down did you want to go? It would take 130 feet to get to where you could see the ground, so it would be more than that to kind of see beyond.
Yeah, I kind of want to get about 150, 200 feet. I want to kind of see the ground and any offshoots that go off to see how many tunnels there are coming out of this.
Okay. So the way the vision is in this hole, you can see the same diameter of the hole on the ground, and there's no light in the room that you can tell. You can see the floor. It does seem to be ornate, almost artwork like, maybe a mosaic, maybe just kind of an etching in the floor, but you're not really sure. Specifically, it looks to be part of a bigger, set on the floor. Besides that, you'd have to go further down into where. So the whole here, like it's not like you're through and it's a big room. This tunnel still goes down quite a way, so you can see that, but you'd have to go down, at least a few hundred more feet or a couple hundred more feet to actually get into a room to where you'd be able to see what's in that room beyond that.
All right, but there's only one room going off to the side.
So far as you can see, going down, because this goes straight down, and then down at the bottom of the floor, you just see one room. That floor that I described.
All right. Okay.
There's no offshoots or anything like. Or,
there's no offshoots.
Straight down.
Okay. Perfect. Are there? I'll hold that question for a little bit later on. I'll kind of like. I'll talk loudly, but I don't want to like shout in case there's like a cave in or something. And kind of like tell them that they're good to come down.
Okay, you all hear Yuria yelling that you're all good to start coming down.
Okay.
I'll slowly start to make the descent.
What's the order that everybody's going in?
Winnie wants to go in front.
Okay.
So anybody that's falling other than Yuria is falling past her.
Okay. So we got Winnie and
Al is just flying around.
I mean,
kind of the last.
All right, I'll go ahead and hop in. And I'll Juwan will hop in behind Winnie.
Okay, got it. Acacia, you see your three new friends sitting into the hole.
And I won't stop going down because I don't want, like, I know there's going to be too much weight like once the four of us are on the line, so I kind of want to keep going down as they're getting on the.
You want to keep the same distance you're at now, about 150 feet below them. Okay.
Don't need a bugbear falling on your head.
Yeah. I mean, also, when there's two people wearing heavy armor on a rope, that tends to, cause some issues.
Balance comes into play. Okay. Acacia following Jawan getting in. Go ahead and Acacia, Jawan, and Winnie, give me some athletics checks. Like I said, not a high DC.
Athletics.
6.
We've got a 15
and a 14 from me.
14. Okay. So it was going to be if anybody had less than a 5. That it was going to be risking a fall. So Winnie, although, as a bugbear, you have some bugbear strength, you get a little slippery. Maybe it's that sausage grease on your hands from feeding the owl.
Sure.
It gets a little slick.
Yes.
And a little dicey, but you grab on, hang on, wipe your hand off on your fur a little bit.
Winnie has Featherfall prepared on a hair trigger.
Okay.
FYI.
So almost cast it on that one. That was
she thought about it overnight and she prepared it this morning.
So the rest of you descend. Uria, how far did you want to go down? Keeping that same pace.
I wanted to go down far enough until I could see what was kind of etched in the ground. Okay. Like more clearly.
Sure. Go ahead and let's roll a perception check.
Perception. I'm gonna guidance myself again. All right, that's a 20. Dirty 20.
20. Okay, got it. So what you see is this almost mural-like image on the ground, and even from here you can see that it's carved very finely, almost as if not to upset the level of the floor as you walk across it, just tiny enough as to make this image almost like it's working with the empty space of the floor kind of making different lines to create these images. And it seems to be this crowd of people. You see images of different humanoids, all worshiping something up in the sky. But it doesn't look like there, is anything particular. You don't see any big beings or anything like that. Just looks like they're kind of raising their hands upwards towards the sky.
Are there any bones or like bodies or anything like that?
Not that you can see at this point. No. In this area, I would say you can see some rubble. There's some rubble spread across the floor. And with a 20, how far were you going down?
I just wanted to go down. I wanted to stop when I was able to kind of like see the floor
Just
more
see a little
clearly.
bit more. Okay, okay. So that would put you pretty close to breaching the edge of the hole to where it breaks into that other room. Do you want to go down farther? At this point, you wouldn't see or hear anything in that room you're in, or that you're above. I would say.
Can I pull out my hand axe and kind of chuck it at the ground as hard as I can?
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead and roll an attack roll.
All right. Let's see. I just don't want to touch the floor and die. That's a 19.
19? Yeah, that hits the ground. Yeah, I suppose you can roll some damage as well.
Okay. 8 points of floor damage.
8, yeah. So it goes in and really solidly. It looks like it doesn't go in super deep, but that speaks to how hard this floor, what the material this floor is made of, is. But yeah, your axe goes in 6.
Okay.
Nothing seems to happen.
I'll go down all the way to the floor, grab my axe, and then wait for everybody else at the bottom.
Okay. Is everybody else just moving at a regular pace, following Uriah?
Yeah, provided nothing sort of alarming happens. Yeah, sort of keeping distance, but a normal pace.
Sure. So, Uriah, what you see first then, a minute or two before the rest of the group gets down to the bottom of this room, is that this room opens up. It's probably about 100 feet by 100 feet and has 6 large pillars that extend from the floor up to what is probably between a 40 or 50-foot ceiling. It actually is a pretty good distance from where this hole ends and where the ceiling is down to the ground. And you see on the pillars, there's these ornate images that are carved in. And some of them seem to have a little bit of color of them. Some of them seem to have faded. But you look at the walls and you see large images from floor to ceiling with 3 different sections of different images of a variety of things, different humanoids, different animals, different celestial objects, just a wide variety that you could spend hours. You can tell that you can spend hours in here and still find new things, and would not be able to see everything that is on these walls. There is some rocks and dirt that has been gathered in some of the corners. Beyond just the rock and dirt, actual like limestone buildups, rock buildups that would only happen over hundreds, maybe thousands of years in this room. You can tell that time, although this room is underground, that time has still hit this room, and it's a very interesting place to be. It looks very well constructed, very cleanly constructed. And as you see all these features, the rest of you descend down into the room as well and see the same.
All right.
Do we need to learn anything about the images?
I would say roll an investigation or a history check.
They're both the same. So 26.
26. Yeah. So it's very interesting thing.
That was a natural 20 for a 27.
Oh, perfect roll
On the
for that
computer, I
too.
sent it to the group.
Yeah, perfect roll for that one. Winnie goes up to the walls and sees some very interesting images. It's split up between 3 different rows, so it's hard to see some of the images at the top portion, but you can see the middle and the bottom, and you see that there are mostly more ancient beings on here. There are elves and dwarves standing next to odd creatures that don't look nearly as familiar. Some with gold skin, some with scaled skin. It's a bit. With a natural 20, I would say that the gold skin reminds you of the stories of the Draenasar, ancient beings who lived alongside the first elves and dwarves. You also see images of dragons with not so much as armies, but followers of smaller dragons flying along with them. And as you move across, you see images of not just those groups together, but separate, kind of doing their own, or occupying a space of their own, telling their own stories. The murals with the elves show them walking through portals, coming back into this world, working on arcane tasks. You see the dwarves mining, digging deep into the mountains. You see them tunneling in, fighting creatures of the dark, deep spaces of the world. You see the gold-skinned creatures, the Draenasar. And as you trace your fingers over the murals, you remember the stories. You're not sure how, because you don't know that you would have learned these stories anywhere, but somehow you tap in to the stories of the Draenasar and you remember that these are the creatures that were turned into goblinkin. And you see that played out through the mural. And then you finally see the scaled humanoids, almost taking the shape of an elf, slender, also expanding their arcane tasks with energy coming from their fingertips in some of the images. Some with these scaled creatures digging down deep as well, just like the dwarves. But also working with other species. You see them working with a variety of animals. And over the course of the different stages of these murals, I think bringing those animals to a humanoid form themselves. Lions walking around with 2 feet. Hyenas of the Jorhassian wastes, turning into what looked like gnolls to you. And you look up at the ceiling and see it covered with dragons. This is a very odd room with very old, odd pictures.
Does Winnie have a sense of time period this would have occurred in? This is pre-calamity.
This is pre-calamity. This seems potentially pre-Age of Arcanum. These are some of the images, at least, of very old events in this world.
When Acacia lands on the ground, I'll kind of grab her arm and kind of reassure her that it's me and try to herd the group into a space, and I'll do my Eyes of Night, and we should be good for an hour, especially Acacia.
Okay. Double 300-foot dark vision.
Yeah.
I
300
think you
foot dark
said that
vision
because
for
I was
everybody.
getting ready to cast light.
You can do that later. I like this one's really good for right now, so we can have it for an hour and then you can cast light. I don't want to alert any to our presence just yet.
As everybody's eyes light up, you do notice that on one end of the room, there does seem to be a archway that looks like it was covered with masonry, bricks, stone, but has been broken through.
Well, looks like we have somewhere to go. This is intense, to say the least. Does this, the muraling on the walls, does it give like a temple type vibe? Because like, like churches and stuff like that with stained glass tend to have that sort of vibe to it. So it's like, and I'm assuming probably like from like the temple of the temple that Acacia comes from, probably has similar styling. So like, does it, as she's
Yeah, I
looking
would
around at
say
the
that
architecture?
there would feel some similarity to that would be the closest thing, at least, that Acacia could kind of create a connection to in terms of architecture would be a temple. It doesn't feel as much like that, but it would have a similar, almost kind of grand design about it that is meant to feel a little bit monumental in its size and scope.
Well, I guess if that's the only way we can go, I mean, it looks like whatever made the hole came from there.
Before we
I don't
go,
think
can
you've
I go
ever
up?
Go ahead.
I just want to go up to one of the paintings with the portals where the elves are going through. Does it look familiar?
Go ahead and roll a history check.
All right. Oh my guidance myself. This is why I took this cantrip. Yeah. 13.
13?
Mm-hmm.
You kind of zone in on that, and especially being from the Ashari, you would recognize an elemental portal right away, or a portal to one of the elemental planes. It doesn't appear to be that specifically. Whether or not you've been there yourself, this looks more Fey in nature, Fey wild in nature specifically. Portals to another dimension specifically, you would wager a guess more so than an elemental portal.
All right.
Can Winnie tell how long these murals have been here?
I would say tied in with the check that you made from before, the 20, the natural 20 for the 26. They're old. They're old enough that it's hard to tell if they are meant to depict something that happened well before them or if they are from that time themselves. If that makes sense.
But they're not recent.
They're not recent. They don't seem recent at all. Even just the limestone deposits in the corner that has been left from water that has seeped through the rocks and happened to invade this area. Like just looking at how good the architecture and construction is in here, it would have to have been some time. That's the only thing that would allow the water to get through in here. The slow perseverance of time, and water always wins out, and has slowly left a little bit of limestone deposits here and there in this chamber.
Well, I think whatever we're working with, those lizard folk, I think they've simply made use of something that was pre existing rather than creating something from whole cloth.
Let's hope that's the case, and whatever else could be down here isn't isn't as old as the space that we're in.
Yeah, let's hope they just found this empty tunnel and are using it. But if they're not, whatever's down here is ancient.
Akeisha, this might be a little strange, but maybe you can do it, because I know my mom can't, but I can't. Do you think you can see if there's fake creatures around here?
I don't know. I haven't really tried anything like that before. I don't think so. I've got some other stuff that I kind of brought along with me just in case, but not anything that would give me a chance to look for any specific kind of creatures.
All right. Yeah. Okay. That's really the only thing that concerns me right now is I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, I don't blame you. The Fae are downright creepy.
Well, guess if we're only got one way to go, guess we can head that way. And Juan's gonna slowly sort of start making his way down towards that other tunnel and just sort of scope out ahead to see if he hears anything or sees anything up ahead.
Okay. How far down the tunnel do you want to go? It goes, you can see it goes for probably about 25, 30 feet straight and then turns off to the left a bit.
So probably down just to that crook, about the 25, 30 feet.
How quietly are you trying to go? Are you just kind of heading over there? Or are you?
I think he would try to be quiet until he knew that everything was safe.
Sure. Go ahead and roll a stealth check for me on that. And then let's follow it up with a perception check.
Well, we got a 9 on the stealth, starting off strong. And how about an 11 for that perception? There we go.
Perception, okay.
Yeah, we're going back to the real dice.
Right away. Okay. So you head down to the edge where it kind of turns, and you see, as you get there, it looks like this tunnel originally may have been a T right here, but to the right is blocked off. You can't tell if this was like naturally occurring. You don't see any cave-in, so it would hard to be conceived that it was naturally occurring. But it looks like a bunch of gravel and stone has been put here to block off this area. And as you move through the tunnel, you can tell that there's been kind of some slow excavation being done, removing rock and gravel through this tunnel that you're walking through. You get to the edge, and because there's so much gravel and loose rock, it's really hard to stay quiet. Your feet are kind of slipping around, grinding up against the rock. But you look and you turn and look, and it goes through straight for about another 30 to 40 feet. And you can see that from there seems to be a hole. Another maybe drop, you're not sure, but that's what it leads to at the end of this tunnel. Is it looks like another hole.
Sort of turn around, walk back towards the group. So, what exactly is it that we're looking for down here? Because looks like they just keep digging down. Another hole, deeper.
Oh, a hole, that reminds me. And I'm gonna go back over to like where the hole kind of let out initially and pick up my coin.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I legitimately forgot to pick that back up.
I'm grabbing my axe. I'm not leaving my axe behind.
Sure, got it. Yeah, you guys pick up your stuff.
I don't.
I'm usually not a stickler for that. Like, if I would assume your characters would pick up stuff that's close to you if it's possible to.
I mean, I don't know if they're digging down, because from the way it sounded, the hole appeared, so it sounds like whatever it is digging up. I mean, could Little Bit or Owl go down, or
Ooh.
I'm just worried about. I mean, I can toss this coin into the next hole, and that'll give us an idea of how deep it is, but we don't have the pulley system to get down to the next level.
I can send Owl.
Is it another like smooth-sided hole?
A little bit hard to tell from the distance you guys were at before. We could get closer and maybe inspect, but it's certainly not as large as the original hole was in terms of like radius.
Yeah, because I mean, at least we can initially see if it's deeper than 300 feet before we start sending coins and owls and stuff into the hole.
Yeah, we can all look and see if we can see the bottom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So whoever's closest to the hole. Good point. Yeah, I didn't realize how useful having such good dark vision would be. That's a neat.
So Juan would sort of run back to go check it out. Sort of peer down the hole and see how deep it go.
As you look down, this hole is not nearly as deep. This one goes down about 30 feet, and you can see beneath that there are two, well, not two, but just kind of a stone platform. That would be kind of 2 grid squares size that you can see underneath the hole. And for the first time, you see the flicker of firelight in this room. Or it, on this platform, I should say.
So instead of going back, I'm going to use speak with animals, and I have a use of that, daily use.
Okay, nice.
And I'm going to sort of whisper very quietly a little bit and tell him to go get the rest of the group. And I'm just going to start to sort of like kneel down beside the tunnel and just listen to see if I can hear anything.
A little bit, makes some little squirms, some little squeaks, and heads back to the group. And roll a perception check here at this point.
All right, regular dice. Let's do this. Okay. 14, that's not bad. 14 plus 7, 21.
21's pretty good. As you lean over, hear a light hissing chant. Continues. You hear a feminine voice speaking the same language interject. Isna. Snafla. And the chanting continues.
Yeah,
You smell a bit of smoke. Assuming with the flicker of fire that is with that perception check that there are some fires that are more than just torchlight.
Some big ones. Got it.
Not huge, just
Not
more than
huge,
just torchlight. Yeah.
Bigger, like campfire or something along those lines. And just sort of, like I said, kneel beside the hole and just kind of wait for the rest of the group to hopefully come up behind.
Yeah, as you all are waiting, as Jawan ran forward, you see a little bit run over, a little squirrel hop towards everybody and just kind of start wiggling its hands.
I immediately go with this girl. I'm like, this is like nothing out of the ordinary. This is how people communicate. I'm going with this girl. And as I'm going with this girl, I kind of want to keep an eye out for like, or a nose out for like the smell of incense or like chanting. Anything that makes me think that there is some form of religious ceremony, whether that is like culty religious ceremony or like not culty religious. I don't know, something.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and roll a perception check also. Yeah.
I'm at guidance myself. Oh, that's garbage. That's a 12.
12? Hard to tell. You do smell a smoky smell, but it seems to be. I will say you do catch a little bit of just a whiff of a incensey or perfumey like smell mixed in with the rest of the smoke that smells a little bit more like campfire or fireplace. But beyond that, it's hard to tell specifically. But you do catch a little whiff of something.
And I start following the squirrel.
Okay.
So did the squirrel tell us what was going on?
Oh, squirrel! As far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the squirrel can speak. It just
So we just know Lassie's barking, and we're gonna move forward to join Joan and figure out what's going on.
It's a real squeak, squeaking, squeak, squeaketer moment.
What is it, Lassie?
Yeah,
Is someone
pretty
in trouble?
Okay.
When
So
we all,
Winnie and Acacia following.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, you all find Jawan listening down the hole as you approach. A little bit goes and jumps back on.
Well, maybe I should use my sleep spell before we're in the middle of everybody else, so we don't put ourselves to sleep, per usual. I'm just going to assume Winnie put herself to sleep in the last.
Jawan, the voice that's chanting seems to be getting louder, slowly crescendoing.
Well, whatever we decide to do, I think we need to make some decisions. And he pulls his two short swords off of his hip and sort of readies them.
How long have we been in here?
Down in the hole, totally, I would say not super long. Overall, 15 to 20 minutes. There was time spent looking at the murals and getting down, but it's been pretty short. There was a little bit of distance travel to get here, but I mean, we're talking, from the main room to here was like 60, 70 feet.
Are there more lizard people down there? Do we know those are the bad guys?
Is the voices the same that we heard yesterday?
I would say roll an insight check.
Okay.
I'm casting aid.
I was gonna say I'm going guidance myself because
And Winnie, you can roll an insight check as well.
Yeah, that's gonna work really well.
That's actually really good for me. That's actually.
I got a 30-20. I sent it to the group. My aunt, I love to roll
24.
physical dice, but my online dice are rolling better. So.
Ooh, nice. Gotta go with this one. Good. Okay.
I got a 24 insight.
Yeah. So, and what was Winnie's roll?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Both of you recognize the similar draconic-like speech that the lizard folk were speaking the day before. However, the feminine voice that interjects occasionally seems to be a little bit different. Still a hissing nature, but a little bit different.
If we want to spend some time, I can learn their language, but I'm not sure that's going to do us any good. Or I could learn it instantly for wasting a spell slot.
Yeah. I'll kind of like let everybody know where we are with like the time on how long the dark vision is. Like we're about like halfway there. So if we're gonna fight people, I would rather us be able to see them.
The chanting grows louder, and
Yeah, otherwise you have to
start to hear other voices
Yeah.
joining in, along with the same words.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna have the time.
Winnie's gonna be
think about it.
impulsive. She's gonna throw Sleep down in the hole. Fire in the hole! Let's pop it off.
I'm dead. That's hilarious.
So so just straight down the hole at the platform.
Yep.
Okay.
Straight down. She's gonna throw it right over the people.
All right.
Can we see people in the hole?
No, you can just see the floor beneath. Yeah, down at the bottom.
Okay. Well, she's gonna center it on them, and
Totally.
it's a 20-foot radius. Or
So
whatever.
as Winnie casts Sleep
long as
down
we're
into the
not
bottom
in
of
it,
this hole,
win this
you
time.
all hear an odd squelching noise and the sound of some kind of liquid splashing or rushing. And what's the radius on Sleep?
It is, and she's casting it at second level. It's a 90-foot range and a 20-foot radius.
20-foot radius. Okay, got it. And the sleep spell goes down, and nothing seems to happen. Don't hear anybody dropping. Go ahead and roll your dice.
So that
to see
was
what the hit points is.
26 on the first bit, and then the additional 2d8. 26 plus 9.
Okay. As the spell goes down, you see this arcane energy from the spell slowly dissipate. And you hear as the glow starts to dim, shouting and draconic back and forth. Footsteps across stone.
I'm casting aid on Yuria, Juwan, and Winnie. So each of them get 5 temporary HP.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'll take it, because we are about to die. Winnie just used her big spell, and nothing happened.
Okay, so you're saying that. So you're saying that in the hole we cannot see people.
No, it's just straight down to a platform.
Okay,
but we saw some people, and that's what Winnie centered her spell on.
No, we heard them.
We only heard people. That's
them.
why I was asking before you cast the spell if we saw anybody.
As you were all doing this, you look down and see a lizard folk face looking up through the hole, down a bit past the platform, 5 to 10 feet, as it looks up and starts yelling. At this point, I think we need to roll initiative.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna jump down to the hole. I'm gonna grab. I'm actually gonna grab Jawan, or no, I'm gonna grab Winnie, and I'm gonna look at her and be like, "Don't run towards the people that are gonna kill us," and I can give you advantage on your initiative.
Ooh, very nice. Okay, as you guys roll, I will give me a minute here to set up, and we will go from there. Man, okay, yeah, give me a minute to set up, and we'll get going.
Uri is traumatized after our last battle, and Winnie just like, no, I gave you advantage, so you would not be the squishy wizard in the middle of the fight.
That's okay. Winnie's not that squishy. She's okay. She's okay. She got game. Game and armor. All right, my initiative rolling is so complex, D&D Beyond can't do it. So first we do advantage, and then we do a D8. Okay. 14 plus 6 is 20, plus a D8. 23.
Plus 6, damn.
Winnie's got game. And once she gets some good AoE spells, it'll be really good, because she wants to go before our melee get in the mix. But we don't have melee, so it's not a big issue.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, you're gonna melee. So yeah, so it's better if I go before you, so I don't catch you in my fireball when I get it.
Yeah.
I don't know if this character is gonna have fireball. She's a time lord.
She's a time lord.
She's Doctor Who.
I mean,
She's a
yeah,
chrono.
I like.
I built Doctor.
Ooh, I love that.
Mhm. Yeah, she doesn't. That was her big spell. She doesn't. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I like to get fireball on evocation wizards because you can throw it in like the center of everybody and like you can just shield your allies and fuck everybody else up.
Oh, nice. Winnie can't do that.
Yeah.
She can let you re-roll till the cows come home, but otherwise, that's her main superpower.
Okay, so what was Jawan's initiative?
Juwan has an 18.
18. What about Uria?
17.
And then Acacia?
7.
A little low there. And then Winnie?
23.
Ooh, very nice for Winnie. Okay. So as you all look down and see the lizard folk, this one gecko-like, the same as the leopard gecko-looking one with savage, sharp teeth. Not like your friendly leopard geckos, this one has savage, sharp teeth and is wielding a stone hammer as it looks up. Winnie, you are first, and before I switch over to the camera, I will let you decide what you want to do as you all look down this hole. Winnie? Still with us?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Both Winnie and Lisa are panicking right now.
Okay. Just making sure.
So I'm looking down in a hole.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing how many people?
You don't see anybody yet. All you see is just 10 feet of ground beneath the hole.
And they're not there.
And it's a 30-foot drop down to the platform. Well, now, I guess, sorry, you do see somebody now. The lizard folk has come up to the bottom of the hole and saw all of you looking down and screamed. So you do see one person down at the bottom now.
So I see a person, and
Yes.
and Uria told me not to run towards the people. So I guess I'm going to lean over and shoot a firebolt at the one I can see.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. And then we'll go from there. Yeah, I don't.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll an attack as you hurl a fireball down this secondary hole.
That's a dirty 20 to hit. And 1 point of damage.
What was it to hit?
A 20, a dirty
20.
Yeah,
that definitely hits. And 1 point of damage?
1
Okay.
point of damage. Yep. That's
so,
Yep.
So you throw this firebolt down, and everybody sees Winnie get this really intense look on her faces. She hurls down this arcane bolt of fire, and the gecko sees it coming down and is able to mostly dodge out of the way, but it still catches part of its hand and burns it on the hammer as it sizzles and looks up at you, giving a kind of hissy scowl.
And I guess, I don't know. I mean, we need to get down there, right?
That's up to you guys.
So I guess Winnie's going to start moving down the hole.
Okay. It is 30 feet, so it's a 30-foot climb.
Okay, she's going to start climbing down the hole.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an athletics check to get down.
18.
18 definitely climbs down. And are you the last 10 feet is onto the platform from the hole here. You can drop down easily enough. Do you go all the way down to the platform?
Yeah, I guess I will. And I'll
Okay.
try to stay as far away from the people Uria told me not to.
All right. As Winnie
Oh, no,
drops down onto this platform, she looks around and sees a large room, cavern-like in some places, but with bits of stone still peeking out beneath the limestone deposits. And scattered out across the room, there are 3 runic circles, each of them with a creature that is bleeding from its neck, 2 goblins and 1 bugbear on the top of these circles, as the blood that is dripping from their neck is seeping into the grooves of these arcane sigils, and as it traces along these routes, glows as it does. You see in the center more stone area where one of the stone sigils are, with 2 pillars and an altar. And surrounding these pillars and the altar are 4 braziers, large enough to fit a campfire-sized fire beneath them, with these lizard-like creatures sitting atop them, humanoid more so than lizard folk are, but with wings, crouching atop of them, looking at each other. In the middle of that stone area, there is a humanoid creature, mostly filled with regular skin, but you see on the face a patch of scales, along with a lizard folk shaman standing in front of the arcane sigil in the center. Go ahead and switch on.
And what does Winnie understand about what's going on here?
There is some sort of ritual or something taking place here.
All right, Winnie's going to shout out, we've got a ritual down here. We need to interrupt it. Stat.
Winnie would also understand there's currently 3 people dying in this room.
Yep.
And in terms of mechanics for this fight, every round at 20 initiative, I'm going to roll a death save for each of the 3 that are on these arcane sigils while you all are getting into this room. Because there was a little bit of delay, there is already a round of death saves that have been rolled, but unfortunately you don't get to know them until the battle is concluded or until the results are made obvious.
Clerics, stat.
All right. Anything else for your turn, Winnie?
No, she's going to, I guess, move as far into the room as she can, but I think she's at the end of her movement.
Yeah, I would say with the climbing, it was about 30 feet down, so the climbing would take up the movement to get down here, unless you're just doing a drop, a flip in to get in here, basically.
And I don't know if I even have any healing. I can't do anything for any of them. I only did Firebolt. I'm going to Misty Step.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because Firebolt's a cantrip, so you can definitely do that.
I'm going to Misty Step to... Which one in the circle can I get to?
Let's see here. You could get right to the outer edge of the center circle, right next to the shaman. I'm
going to ignore everything Yuri had told me to do, because that's what Winnie does and doesn't listen to instructions, because she's a wizard and not a tactician. She's going to Misty Step right to that guy and start dragging him out of the circle.
Okay. That will be as far as you can go right there, but you can certainly start to do that on the next round. Okay. Jawan, what are you doing? And Uria, you are on deck.
Right. It's about 30 feet down, you said?
30 feet down. You can try and make a jump with an acrobatics check if you'd like to avoid damage, or you can use your movement speed to climb down.
Is there somebody that I can visually... Is there somebody at the bottom of the hole? Or
There is a lizard a lizard folk that you can see who is at the bottom of the hole currently.
Could I potentially aim my trajectory towards them with
my
pointy sticks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking about in dropping down?
Yes, in dropping down.
I see.
Okay. I would like to try and see if there is a way to jump down and try to land on them. And
okay. Are you trying to do extra damage, or are we just doing some cool flavor here?
I think if we could get some extra damage, get some momentum coming down, I think we're going to go for it.
So that'll raise the DC of the acrobatics check a bit to be adding the extra damage, but go ahead and roll and see what you get.
All right. We're definitely. Ooh, wait, never mind. I'm a halfling. We're gonna pick that natural 1 back up.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, 17.
17. That is the DC you needed. So go ahead and roll an attack with advantage for that, and roll an extra D6 of damage if it hits.
Alrighty. With advantage 17. That'll be 24.
Oh, for sure. Definitely hits the lizard folk here down at the bottom. Go ahead and roll that damage and get that extra D6 in there.
Alright, extra D6. So 2D6. 6 and 1, 7 plus 5 be 12. 12 points of piercing damage.
12 points as you all see Winnie start climbing down into the hole, and then Jawan jumping down and hearing a loud "Wah!" from the bottom of the hole as he takes his sword, just stabbing down into it. And what was the total on that for damage?
That was 12 points.
12 points. And you're able to stab down into its shoulder, just get a full 8 to 9 inches of the sword down into its shoulder, and you see this purple blood start to coagulate around the wound almost instantly as it starts to bleed in that wound.
And as well as I stab into them, I'd sort of come down to the ground. All of my fleas sort of jump off of me, maybe about 60 or 70 or so, and they sort of hit this lizard folk in the chest. I need them to make a strength saving throw for me.
Nice. That's a natural 2, so that's going to be a fail.
Right, the DC was 13, so I need them, as the fleas smack into their chest, they're pushed 15 feet straight away.
Oh, wow. As it flies backwards. Do they land prone or just 15 feet back?
Just 15 feet back.
Just 15 feet back. They kind of gather themselves and slide across, doing a nice, cool little settling into the ground, but are pushed back nonetheless.
And the fleas just sort of settle back into the fur, and I sort of take a offensive position from there, and that'll be it.
All right, Uriah, you are up next.
All right. Okay. This is just going to be a series of bad decisions, but whatever. I would like to jump into the hole.
Okay. So first off, go ahead and give me an acrobatics check.
Series of bad decisions every D&D game ever.
That is 18.
18 passes without taking any damage. You very nimbly jump down the hole and land superhero pose on the platform behind Jawan.
All right. Okay. So can I, with just my movement, can I get to any of the people?
Any
that
of
are
the
dying?
people? Oh, and what's your movement? 30 feet?
Yeah.
So where you're at, you've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. You're 55 away from that one. We got 5, 10, 25, 30 gets you within 5 feet. It gets you near where Winnie is, of the one in the center.
Okay. Oh shit. I need to be able to touch them. You know what? Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna walk to the one that's closest to Winnie.
Okay.
And kind of like be in range so I can grab them next turn. And then with my action, I'm going to use my channel divinity to Twilight Sanctuary. So when a creature ends a turn within 30 feet of me, They either gain 1d6 plus my cleric level of temporary hit points, or they end a charmed or frightened effect.
Okay.
Um,
I'm gonna need some flavor on what that looks like when you use this ability.
so I am going to kind of like fall down and be like, what the hell's going on here? And just like be like, and completely regret every decision I made last night, because I spent hours praying to my goddess and like being like, all right, I need to be able to like defend the group and like hurt people that are trying to hurt us, and I took all my healing spells out of my spells list, and I deeply regret that decision right now. So I like run forward and be like, and grab onto my holy symbol, and I go, please just don't let these people die. And the like light that comes out of my eye. Oh, also, by the way, there's dim light in that 30 feet radius around me.
Okay.
And the like moonlight kind of starts like coming out of my body. I'm like an ethereal like cloud of light is around me. And I'm just like panicking.
Okay, got it.
Please.
And now is it a 30-foot radius around you?
I do believe it is a 30-foot radius around me.
Okay,
yes,
got it.
30-foot radius around me. It's filled
That's
with
pretty
dim
wide.
light, and then it lasts for a minute. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, anything else for your turn?
Yes, and then
Okay.
bonus action, fish time.
The fish time.
Bonus action, fish time. I'm going to. How far away can I put my spiritual weapon? Spiritual weapon. All right, 60. So which one are the red and the green the bad guys?
So yeah, this one, there's one here that looks hostile, this one there, that one there, and then one over in the corner as well.
Okay, fish is going to appear next to the big one directly in front of me.
Directly in front of you. This one right here?
Yeah, that one.
Okay, we're going to use that for the fish today.
All right.
I'll see if I can find a fun fish to print for the fish spiritual weapon.
I'll do some searches and see if I can find a fish mini or something. So fish is going to go up there, and I need to roll the attack for the fish. Oh, okay. 19 to hit.
Yeah, that definitely hits. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Cool. So we're gonna do. Oh yes, max damage. 11 points of radiant damage.
Nice. Okay.
Or force damage. Sorry, force damage to the big one in front.
Okay. As you see the fish spiritual weapon go and just bludgeon the side of this creature, you see that she turns her face and you see the patch of iridescent green scales. And now that you're closer, you can see the nose. I think the best way to describe it would be more Voldemort-like. And you can see a flat nose with two slits on each side and eyes that look more like snake eyes than any kind of humanoid eyes that you've seen. And turns and gives you a glare of being ready to attack back.
Yeah, and as like they glare at me, I just like I'm still holding my holy symbol, and I go, "Have you heard of our Lord and Savior, or our Lady and Savior, the Moonweaver? We can have a conversation about it if you want."
Hear a low hiss under
End of my turn.
her breath. All right. Anything else for your turn?
That is all.
Okay, so it is going to be that figure in front who you just spoke to. And after mentioning the Moonweaver, she turns, looks at you, pulls the short bow off her back, and says, "I have my god," and is going to shoot the short bow at you. That's going to be a 17 to hit.
Misses.
Ooh, nice. You have your shield out?
Yes, I do. I have my
You
shield
take-
and my hand axe.
You take your shield and block the arrow as it flies towards you. You hear, shit. And she's going to look around and stay where she is at currently, but yell something in Draconic over to the one standing next to Winnie. All right, after that one's turn, we have the lizard folk. So the one closest to Jawan is going to run up after being hit back by the fleas. It's going to run up and swing its hammer at him with a shriek. Ah! That is going to be a total of 11 to hit.
That is going to be a miss.
Take your sword, pushing the hammer out of the way. It swings back around for another hammer attack. This one's a 21 to hit.
I guess that'll hit.
And that's going to be 6 points of bludgeoning damage as the hammer finds purchase, this time hitting you on the side. All right.
Yeah, 6 points.
All right. So the next one who is going to go is going to be the one back here in the corner. It sees that the priest up front is being engaged with those two. So it's going to take out its short bow and is going to, it's this one back here, and is going to take a shot over at Uria. And that's going to be a 12 to hit. You see the arrow coming from the other side, this time ready for an attack. Then that one is going to keep its short bow at its side and grab its spiked shield off its back and run forward. I got 30 feet here. 20, 25, 30. Ready to get into the fray. And finally, we have the one over here. And that one has a javelin. It's going to move its 30 feet. And then it's going to use its action to dash and get on the other side of Winnie and Uria. All right. And then finally, sorry, Acacia, we're almost there, almost to the end of the initiative order here. We have the lizard folk shaman. The one doing the chanting continues as it looks around with Winnie right next to it. There we go. And this lizard folk has a long snout. It's hard to tell what species of lizard is like, but you see a long snout, almost crocodilian or alligator-like, with sharp teeth. And it turns to Winnie, looks, and bites out at Winnie. And that is going to be a 23 to hit.
Oh, shield.
Ooh, okay. That takes your AC above 23.
Takes me to 24.
Nice. So as the bite comes at Winnie, she raises up a shield, deflecting as it kind of goes and like knocks its snout against it. Kind of get almost a humorous look for a second as you can see through your shield, and it smashes its face up against. In its frustration, it reaches out with its claws, trying to attack with your super high AC. Now, I don't think it's going to get it. That one is a 14 to hit.
I'll miss.
Okay. All right. So we move then. Finally, Acacia, you are up. What do you want to do?
I'm going to jump down the hole and immediately regret it, I'm sure.
Hey, go ahead and roll that acrobatics check.
Okay. 15.
15. That's one over what you needed. It's 14 as a base.
Everlight be praised.
Thank you, Jesus.
So immediately coming down, trying to like take in everything. Can I gather what's going on with the people on the the sigils, the
You
floor
can see
sigils?
right away that they're dying, and there's blood being flowing out of their neck into these sigils on the ground.
Cassius just jump down and just go, you guys deal with the lizards. I'll get everybody. And I'm going to sort of dash, use my action to dash toward
Okay.
the person straight back from her, like trying to like get around so that way the guy that's right there with the lizard that's there with Jawan can't take a crack
Okay.
at me.
Got it. So you can jump down here and still get up close to that goblin if you're action dashing.
Yeah. And bonus action Sanctuary.
Okay, Sanctuary on yourself.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, anything else for your turn?
That is action, bonus action, movement. That's it.
Okay, Winnie, you are up next. Juwan, you are on deck.
All right. Winnie is going to shout, "Kill this shaman!" and point to the guy next to her. And then she's going to try to grab the guy. I don't know if it's a goblin or a bugbear in front of her.
It's a bugbear in front of her currently. Yeah, in
Going-
that middle one.
She's going to try to grab the bugbear and push him out of that circle.
Which direction?
Don't push him away.
Don't what?
Don't push him away from me.
Too late. Too late.
She's going to grab him and pull him out of the circle.
Okay. So your movement's 30 feet?
Yeah.
So if you're dragging somebody, you can go up to 15 feet away.
Okay. Well, he's right there within 5 feet of me, right?
Right. So you could go 15 back from where you're at now.
Okay. Grab.
So we can pull him back there.
Out of that arcane circle.
You hear Uriah just crying like I could have done something else with my turn.
And as you move out of the melee range of the shaman, it's going to take another bite attack at you.
Yes, he is.
And that's going to be a 14 to hit.
That's a miss.
All right. It bites at you again. You're able to dodge out of the way, even with dragging the bugbear out of that circle. You do look and see that the circle has enough blood in it to be filled all the way, but the bugbear is out of the circle at least.
Ah, shit. All right. I don't really have much for a bonus action, so I think that is it.
Okay.
That was
Did
my
you-
whole action, right? To do that.
No. You can drag without having to use your action.
Oh.
Yeah,
it's
dragging something just takes half your movement.
all right. Well, then it's on like Donkey Kong. Do something with this shaman. And the only offensive spell that Winnie has is her trusty Firebolt. So let's do that.
Okay, go ahead and roll against the shaman.
No, you know what? She's gonna go with Mind Sliver against the shaman.
Ooh, very nice. Is that a save?
It is an Intelligence 15 save.
No, that's a natural 6, so that'll be a failure.
All right, so that shaman takes some damage. That shaman takes 5 psychic damage,
Okay.
and it subtracts a D4 from its next throw, from its next saving throw before the end of my next turn. So,
Okay. For its next saving throw, minus D4.
all right, hopefully somebody's got something. Somebody bring it.
Okay, got it. So you hear this shaman as it's chanting, kind of, and see blood coming from its ears as you attack its mind with psychic energy.
Does it need to make a concentration save?
It does not have any spells it's currently trying to cast. I will say, on trying to chant more, but it did roll a natural 18 on it.
Okay. Get this shaman down when he's just screaming and holding her ears and just, wailing. Winnie's not built for battle.
Okay, got it. You have a bugbear in your arms who is currently bleeding still. And that takes us back to initiative order 20. So I'm going to roll some death saves for everybody on these circles.
Just so ominous, like a 21 gun salute.
Okay, so Jawan, it is your turn next.
Yes. So, bonus action. Go ahead and cast Hunter's Mark on this lizard folk in front of me.
Okay.
And go
I
ahead
have a ring for
and
that.
I'll go ahead and make an attack against them with my glowy short sword.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack.
That is a dirty 20 for dirty 20.
Definitely hits.
13 plus 7. So let's see. One from this Hunter's Mark. You know what? And we'll have the swarm do an extra d6 of damage this time as well.
Nice.
So
Okay.
that's 3d6.
Oh wow.
2. Ooh, wow, yeah. That's a low one. Could have done that with one die.
No.
That is 10 points of piercing damage.
10 points. Okay. Yeah. So you come down with an attack with your sword, and as you do, the fleas jump off of you, almost working in concert as you move in, and they move their hammer to try and block the attack. The fleas hit them. That allows you to turn around, swinging down, allowing your attack to hit as well. This lizard folk looks real rough.
And then just sort of not necessarily moving out of his range, but just sort of move off to the side of him, sort of between him and Winnie.
Okay, so move off this way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you do, that'll be a
sort of not.
Oh,
not
okay.
out of his
Okay.
range,
Got
just
it.
sort of like circle around him, just to kind of put myself
Okay.
between him and Winnie.
I got you. So like over here.
Yep. That
Okay,
was
gotcha.
perfect.
Say we got an opportunity attack coming. If not, okay.
I mean,
Anything else for your turn?
but that'll be it.
Okay, got it. All right, Uriel, you're up next. What are you doing?
Uri apparently is just like bumbling to herself a lot this battle. She's like, I'm gonna have to have a conversation with Winnie after this. That's fine. So is Acacia like outside of 30 feet from me?
I think just within 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, within 30 feet.
All right,
Like right at the edge of 30 feet.
Yeah, so Winnie has 5 temporary hit points. Jawan has 5 temporary hit points, and Acacia has 4 temporary hit points. I rolled garbage for all of them. And then, is there any way that I can get within touching distance of the bugbear that Winnie has without getting an opportunity attack?
Yes.
All right.
So you could move 5 feet there and then another 5 feet to the bugbear. That would put you within melee range of the shaman, but you wouldn't leave melee range of the other lizard folk, so you wouldn't take an opportunity attack.
That's fine. Because I'll be able to do the thing that I wanted to do, which is use Spare the Dying on the bugbear.
Okay.
For my action, and then I'll just have to stay there and take whatever hits come my way, and use a bonus action with the fish again.
Okay, got it. Now, Spare the Dying, that just stabilizes them, right? They're just done rolling death saves. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just done rolling death saves.
So you see, as you cast Spare the Dying, that it's not healing necessarily, but you do see that that their neck starts to close up just enough that it's no longer bleeding.
And then so I did 15 feet to get there?
10 feet.
10 feet. Okay, can I make it to the other side of the shaman and the lizard folk?
The other side.
Yeah, like go back towards where I was, but still stay in melee. Like be in that same diagonal from both of them, just on the other side. Yeah, there.
Like that. Yeah, you're still within melee range, so you're still skirting that line.
All right. And then I'm gonna hit that snake chick with the fish.
Go ahead and roll attack with the fish.
16.
16 hits. Yeah, go ahead and roll some damage.
8 points of force damage.
Nice. You see her face turn into an angry stare, just looking at this fish that is hammering her.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna kind of scream at Acacia that I got the center one. So
Okay.
She doesn't have to come in here.
Okay, got it. All right. Anything else for your turn?
That's all.
All right. So the one who's getting hammered with the fish is next. She's going to take her short bow and seeing the healing that Uria just did, is going to make a short bow attack against Uria. And that's a 21 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. So you're going to take...
Excuse me.
Oh.
Let's
What?
try silvery barbs.
Silvery barbs it
Ooh.
is. Okay,
Silvery
here we
barbs
go.
what does that do? I forget.
So let's see what that total is. It's a 12 plus 3. Okay. So that'll bring it down to a 15 to hit.
That misses.
That misses. Okay, there's an arrow coming right for Uria, kind of that's just in range to hit her right in the head. But when he sees it, shoots off a silvery barb from her hand, and it's able to change the trajectory just enough that it clatters, hitting the brazier behind.
I'm going to give advantage to Joan.
Joan, you now have advantage from silvery barbs.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so it is going to look around and it is going to try and jump over the altar to get to the other side and duck behind that. Now that will move it out of spiritual weapons melee range if you wanted to use your reaction for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was about to say, like, my fish is gonna bitch slap her one more time. That is a 15 to hit?
A 15 will still hit. Yeah, go ahead and roll some damage.
That is 9 points of force damage.
9. As it hits, it almost knocks her over the altar, and she tumbles to get to the other side, and you hear her kind of scoot backwards to get behind the altar and take cover behind it, but she's looking really rough. Next, after that one's turn, we have the lizard folk going. First one is going to be the one next to Jawan. It's going to turn and is going to make a set of attacks with its hammer. First one is going to be a natural 20. So we've got a total of 8 points of bludgeoning damage coming in from the hammer on the first attack. Second attack is going to be an 11.
And 11 will miss.
11 will miss. After taking the first hit, you're able to bring your sword back up and deflect the hammer blow from this lizard folk for its second attack. It will stand strong and resolute in front of you, ready to continue engaging in combat. The second one is going to go next. That is the one out here. Let's see. Seeing everything that's going on and that nobody is working on attacking with Acacia running over here, it's going to turn and roll a short bow attack against Acacia. It's going to be a 22 to hit.
Yeah, I think I'll let that one hit.
Okay.
Wait, did he roll for Sanctuary? Because I still have Sanctuary.
No, actually, thank you. Sanctuary would...
I forgot. It's been so long since I've been engaged. I forgot that I had that up.
So it was a natural 5 on Sanctuary.
Yeah, so that's a fail.
So that's a fail. So they are not going to make that attack. And I believe with Sanctuary, they make an attack against something else. They don't lose the attack. Is that correct?
They can make an attack against somebody else, provided that they have another valid target for the attack.
Okay, got it. So I'll do a reroll since that was a roll against you here. Kind of make it a different situation for its attack. So if it fails at Sanctuary, it's going to turn at the center at Uria here, who's closest, the one that it was going to originally. Uria, that is a 11 to hit.
Misses.
Okay, so it's going to run up 5, 10, 15, 20. Actually, not even 20. It's going to move up 15, and it's going to flank Uria and grab its spike shield in its other hand and reach forward. It's flanking now, so it's going to make an attack with its spike shield with advantage. It's a 21 to hit.
That hits.
All right, we got a total of 6 points of piercing damage as this lizard folk uses the spikes on its shield to push against Uria. All right. And finally, the third lizard folk is going to go. That is the one over here. It's going to turn and move 10, 15 feet towards Winnie to make 2 attacks against her. The first one is going to be a 9 to hit.
Misses.
Okay, that's with its javelin. Second one with its spike shield is going to be a 19 to hit.
That's my AC.
All right. So with the spike shield, that's going to be 4 points of piercing damage.
Okay, yeah, my reaction's burnt, so I take the damage.
Okay.
But that I still have 1 temporary hit point, so thank you for the
Gotta
aid.
love that Twilight cleric ability. That's no joke.
And the Twilight, yeah.
Okay, so finally it's the shaman's turn. It's going to look around, see that the blood is filling the arcane sigils, see the serpent person, not quite sure, the serpent humanoid behind the altar. You see them look over, yell something at the shaman. The shaman is going to use its action to sing out. You hear singing in Draconic. The lights on the arcane sigils start to glow beneath you. Acacia and Uria beneath your feet, a red glow comes out from these sigils. Even from the one in the corner where nobody's standing, you see it light up. The shaman continues its chant, louder, louder still. And as it does, the red light burns bright, and with a flash of orange, all of a sudden the blood is gone from beneath your feet. The light is gone. And on top of the altar, in front of the scaled humanoid behind it, an item appears. It appears to be bracers of some sort. But with that is going to use up the shaman's turn. Acacia, you're up next.
Oh, that changes things. Oh man, you said it's on the altar.
The altar, yeah.
How far is the shaman from me?
35 feet.
The altar about 30.
About 30, yeah. 30 would put you right up in front of it.
Oh man. All right, I'm going to grab a hold of my holy symbol and say, "Oh, Everlight, guide me," and I'm going to use my channel divinity as a sort of, I guess, total opposite to Uria's, but the moonlight, this bright ray of sunlight comes off of her, and I get to move my speed So basically, it's like using a dash action
Okay.
without provoking opportunity attacks. And when I move within 5 feet of any creature during this action, I can restore 2d6 plus 3. So I'm going to do it to. I'm going to do it to the person who was laying on the altar to start.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
They are going to heal 5, 8.
You see them take a breath as the wound on their neck heals as you run by.
And I'm within 5 feet of Winnie when I come through, correct?
Where are you trying to go? So you were right here. You said you can move your speed. Where's that 30 feet you want to go?
We'll do down towards Winnie and Yuria.
Okay.
I'm good. I still have 10 hit points, so I'm good.
Yeah,
30
because
feet would put you right in the middle of those two.
Well, I don't necessarily want to go that far down,
Okay.
just so that way just to get within 5 feet of Yuria.
Oh, okay.
So wherever it puts me within 5 feet of Yuria.
That'd be 5 feet area. You could use 25 of that to get there. It'd leave you with 5 extra.
Okay. So that'll be 7
I'm
for
at full
Winnie.
health.
Well, I did it anyways because I don't know. I don't know what health points are because this is.
Yeah, we're all good. All the squishies are. I think the
I was
squishies
gonna say,
in this campaign are bigger badasses than the melees.
as soon as you get close, you're like, they're fine. There's like
We're
shimmering
fine.
things around us. Like
Right.
we're fine. We're
Yeah.
Gucci over
Green is
here.
fine. Winnie's a freaking here. We're good.
So then I'm going to use my movement to circle back around Winnie up towards the altar.
Okay.
Can I grab those bracers?
You can certainly try. It's a free action to try.
Well, that is never good when the DM says you can certainly try.
Oh, I am absolutely going to
You're
try.
going to certainly try, yes.
I am
Okay.
certainly
It's just
going
not going
to
to
try.
end well, I predict. We'll see.
You reach out and touch the bracers, and you see up close that they have this beautiful, ornate gold outlining on black armor. And on the knuckles, there are different symbols. You can't tell what they are, but they almost look like constellations as you get this quick glance as you reach out to touch them. And you reach out and you touch these bracers. And as you do, for a moment, all senses are gone from this room. You see what to you feels like the actual version of the images you were seeing in the room before. This is a memory, a vision, whatever it is. It reminds you of these murals. You see the things that you saw there, the different humanoids, the dwarves, the elves, all gathered in a large group. And at the front of them, a large scaled humanoid, 8 feet in height, wearing the bracers you now touch. It raises its hand in the air as all of the groups surrounding it raise their hand in unison, cheering along with. And as they do, a surge of power blasts out from this creature, cascading over all that is surrounded. You flash back. Your hands are on them. You can grab them if you want.
Absolutely, I'm grabbing them because they seem really powerful, and we definitely don't want the lizards getting it.
As you do, Acacia, I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw for me.
Okay. It's a good thing that the cleric's grabbing these. Okay. 23.
23. As you do, you feel something kind of tickle the back of your brain. You're not sure what it is, if it's trying to get in, if it's just trying to see. But you shake it off. You've had some training. Enough to block off what just happened, whatever it might be. You have anything else for your turn that you'd like to do?
I'm trying to think how many more feet of movement I have.
You had 5 left over, and then you moved another 10 to get to the altar, so you'd have about 20 feet left over.
Okay, I'm going to move 20 feet towards the person in the other altar.
So over this way? Okay.
Straight across the room.
Okay.
And cast Healing Word on the one still laying down.
Okay. Go ahead and roll some hit points for that one.
That would be... did it roll? Roll. Why is it not rolling? Hold on. Well, I guess D&D Beyond's not going to roll for me, so that's fine. That's fine. 7.
7 points of healing is... Another one has the healing magic across the wound on its neck. Currently, all of those that were attacked and used for this ritual are at least stabilized.
And that will be it from me.
Okay, we're back to the top of the initiative. Winnie, you're up. Jawan, you are on deck.
Acacia's temp hit points resets to 5.
Okay.
All right. Winnie's going to firebolt the main shaman.
All right, go ahead and roll that attack against the shaman.
All right. Dirty 20.
Nice. Yeah, definitely hits. Roll some damage.
5.
5 points. As it hits the shaman, it yells out, and you see its skin on its back blister. Its sight watching Acacia as she runs away with the bracers, with an alarmed look on its face. Even though it registers the pain, it keeps its attention on Acacia.
How far is Winnie from Acacia?
Let's see. So 30 feet would put you within 5 feet of her.
Okay, Winnie's going to move. So Winnie's 35 feet from Acacia?
Well, yeah, 30 feet would put you within touching distance if you're trying to do a ranged touch spell. But
No,
35 feet away.
I just want to move up a few feet so that
Okay.
I am within 30 feet of Acacia.
Oh, sure.
And I'm just going to monitor Acacia.
Okay,
I don't need to touch her. I just need to be within 30 feet.
Okay, yeah, that puts you within 30 feet.
So, and Winnie's just going to yell, "Get out of here with those bracers. We'll clean up."
Okay. Anything else for your turn?
Sadly, I think that is it for me. I don't have any bonus actions. Okay, yep, that's it.
Okay, Jawan, you're facing down this lizard folk who's been getting in some good hits with the hammer. What do you do?
I am going to go ahead and take, hopefully, one final slash. This individual.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack for me.
That is a natural 20.
Nice, yeah. Returning the critical hit. Roll some damage.
Alrighty, so because I want to roll all of the clicky clackies, we're gonna do 100 mark and the bonus damage from
yes.
the swarm. Love the sound of all the click clacks. Time to do some math. 5, 10, 16, 20, 22, 20, 27
Oh my goodness.
of damage.
Joanne, I need you to flavor that fatality for me. What's that look like?
So this is the leopard skinned one, yes.
Yes.
So as I sort of stick him in the stomach and turn the blade sideways, all of the fleas jump out off of me onto him and start to like bite and pick at him, and then jump back to me, and he has easily 4 times as many spots as he previously did, as he just sort of slumps down to the ground. And I turn around and face the ones behind me to sort of see where we're at and what everything looks like where we are.
And you turn around and see after this one falls dead behind you. And you see the closest one to you 10 feet away, about 10 feet away from Winnie as well. Urya in the center with one of the other lizard folk and the shaman near her. The scaled humanoid woman behind the altar near Acacia, who's trying to grab the bracers and decide what to do with those.
Okay, well, I don't really have a lot of time to scan and see what's going on, so we're just gonna head towards the next lizard folk that's close by. And as a bonus action, I'm going to move my hunter's mark over to that individual as well.
As you do as a ranger, your hunter's mark is now targeting the one in front of you. Get him untangled here.
And that'll be it.
Okay. All right. After Jawan, Uria, you're up next.
Winnie's temp hit points reset to 7, and Jawan's reset to 9.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Make sure you guys keep track of that.
I will.
Yeah, I've been like rolling them and being like, I need to tell them, make sure they. Okay. So, I'm really enjoying slapping this woman with a fish. So I'm assuming it's a woman. I feel like you said it was a woman. I'm moving the fish so I can continue bitch slapping
definitely seems like a woman with humanoid. It looks human-like, but with scales. Scale patch at least.
All right. Well, she's gonna get some more scales as they fall off my spiritual fish and into her face. So in bonus action, moving my spiritual weapon and hitting her directly in the face. That is a 16 to hit.
A 16 will hit. Yeah, go ahead and roll some damage.
6 points of force damage.
6. The fish hits her into the altar, and you can see that that her head snaps back and hits on the back of the altar, blood running down the back of her head as well. She gives a hiss. Looks like she's on her last leg.
Hell fucking yeah. And then I'm gonna grab the shaman, like the wrist or like something. I'm gonna grab the shaman and I'm gonna cast inflict wounds on him.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and roll on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna, if I remember, attack roll. Yeah. That is a 15 a hit.
A 15. Let me double check here. Yes, that hits.
Yes. And he's going to take my 3d10 necrotic damage. That is 11. That's not that good. That's 12 points of necrotic damage.
That is exactly how many you needed. Flavor that fatality for me.
So I'm going to grab the shaman and my eyes are going to go black. And I'm just going to look at him and like dark, the veins underneath the skin that I'm holding is just all going to go black. And they're going to start like coursing up his body. And like as he drops, I just like release his hand and he drops to the ground.
And you see it, his whole body jerk in pain, almost as if he's being electrocuted, and his eyes shoot up towards the ceiling. And you can tell that he forces himself to look over at Acacia and the bracers she holds as the last bit of life leaves its body as the shaman dies. Okay. Anything else for your turn?
Yeah, since I no longer have to worry about him, I'm going to move and I'm going to risk the attack of opportunity from the other guy to put myself between that bitch and Acacia.
Okay. So that will be an opportunity attack.
Go for it.
That's going to be a total of 9 to hit.
Nope.
Okay. As it lunges at you with its spike shield, you dodge out of the way and go block the route to Acacia. All right.
And
anything else?
Echo Winnie's sentiment. Get out!
Okay. All right. Next is her turn. She is going to hop over the altar, move in front of you, go around your melee range with the rest of her movement, and face towards Acacia. She's going to reach out.
She leaves the spiritual weapon range.
Oh, that's true. Good point. Very good point. Go ahead and roll some damage on that real quick. That's an important attack roll.
Please. That is 17 a hit.
17 hits, yeah. I can tell you with how many hit points she has left. Flavor that fatality.
Yeah, she's gonna like run into the fish, and the fish is just gonna like baseball bat her back and be like, nope.
And as it does, she goes flying. Oops, not knocking over Arya. She goes flying over the altar, landing 10, 15, 20 feet right in front of Winnie as she slides across the ground, dead.
Ew!
Hell yeah.
Okay, that's the end of its turn. We've got 2 regular lizard folk left. They're both going to look at each other, give a resolute nod as they're both going to turn and start making attacks. The one in front of Juan is going to turn first. And it's going to use its javelin with a 19 to hit. Does a 19 hit Juan?
Yes.
Okay. That's going to be a total of 7 points of, with the javelin, is going to be piercing damage.
Copy that.
And then second attack with the shield is going to be a 13 to hit.
13 does not.
Okay, so that one is going to miss its attacks. This one is going to come over here, seeing the attack that just happened against its leaders. It's going to run over to Uria and try and make its attacks against Uria. It's got its spike shield it's going to try and slam her with. It's going to be a 21 to hit.
That hits.
For a total of 4 points of piercing damage.
Like 3 of the fireflies running around me die.
And it's going to take its short bow, and from here is going to launch a short bow shot at Winnie for a total of 13 to hit.
That's a miss.
Okay, that's the end of their turn. Acacia, you're up next. What are you doing?
Running. Movement and dash action for the straightest route from where I am to the platform.
Okay. So the straightest route will put you in between both of them, so you'd be potentially getting opportunity attacks from both.
That's fine. That's what Sanctuary is for.
That's right. Okay, so first one, you move 10 feet. The Sanctuary roll is a natural 19, so they're going to be able to make their attack.
Winnie's going to shift time.
What?
Oh.
When he's doing what now?
Winnie takes the reins of time and drags them sideways. They get to reroll.
What does that look like from Winnie? What does this chronal shift energy look like
Chronal
from
shift
Winnie?
energy. So you see Winnie like go, oh, bother. And Winnie vibrates at a high frequency for a second. And that vibration then mirrors in them. And there's a glitch in the matrix. And you see them do their action again. Like a repeat, like does.
And on the reroll, they get a 12, which I believe fails.
Let's hope so.
Okay, so the first Sanctuary blocked attack for Acacia, you go, let's see, so it's 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 feet gets you under the hole. The second Sanctuary was a natural 7, so you will be blocked from that attack as well.
Yeah.
As you run through the power of the Everlight, the first one being chronal shifted by Winnie. The second one, as you run by, you see from your holy symbol light flash out, blinding them just enough for you to be able to run by without being hit. You now stand with 10 feet of movement left underneath the hole. You can start climbing if you'd like to.
Before I start climbing, the other bugbear is still unconscious.
Stable, but unconscious.
Healing
so they're
word.
not dying or rolling death saves anymore.
Healing word.
Okay.
Get everybody back up to their feet.
Okay, got it.
That's 4.
4 points. Okay, so now all of them that were on the arcane sigils, whose blood seemed to be fueling this ritual, are now alive and awake, conscious after their use.
And I'm gonna start climbing.
Okay, give me an athletics check. This will represent your whole time climbing up the hole.
15.
A 15, that's exactly what you needed to get up. It was a little bit harder to get up than it was to jump down. But a 15, you move 10 feet up the hole. You've got another 20 feet till you get to the top. We're back to the top of the initiative with Winnie.
Okay. Is everybody down?
There are still 2 lizard folk. The 2 lizard folk who are up, they're still looking pretty good. The focus has been on the others, so they are still up and fighting pretty hard.
Okay. Well, Winnie's going to start retreating. So Winnie's going to say, get back up the hole. And she's going to actually move to put herself between Acacia and the hole. And she's going to follow him, but she's not going to start climbing. She's going to stand at the bottom.
Okay.
And she's going to, if he's climbing up, she's going to stand where she can see him. And she's just going to yell, keep going and get the guards. And she's going to stand at the bottom. And so that no one that she doesn't want to can get past her if she can help it. Okay. And then she's going to, I guess, she's going to firebolt somebody.
Okay, there's one that's right next to Joanne. Yeah. And as you run up, you see Acacia as she is climbing up this hole a little bit of the way. You stand underneath and yell at her your message, and you turn, firebolting the one near Joanne. Go ahead and roll an attack.
All right. Where's my firebolt? Here it is. 19 to hit.
Oh yeah, definitely hits. Go ahead and roll some damage
on
that one.
7 points of damage.
Nice. As your firebolt hits, you see this large patch of blistering, bloody wound appear on the one next to Joanne.
And Winnie's going to start getting everybody up the tunnel with Featherfall on a hair trigger. No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, got it. All right, Joanne, you're up next. What are you doing?
Alrighty. I think this song has been going pretty well so far, so I think we're going to keep writing it the same way and go for a short sword attack against this lovely lizard folk we have just marked.
Okay, go ahead and roll that attack.
13 plus 7, another dirty 20.
Oh yeah, definitely hits.
All right, and let's see. Looks like we're definitely trying to make a maneuver out of here. So let's forego the extra damage and let's have them make a strength savings throw for me, please.
That is going to be, let me get the total here. A 15 total.
All right, a 15 will succeed.
Okay.
But they will still take 10 points of piercing damage.
Nice. You slice across their abdomen, leaving a huge wound that it almost looks like is matching with the burn that's up at the top. Almost symmetrically cutting a yin and yang, burned and non-burned part of the abdomen of this lizard folk in front of you.
And bonus action, we'll go ahead and swing with my other short sword.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll that extra attack.
That is good. That's a 4 plus 7, 11.
11 is
Yeah.
gonna miss. Yeah, this time it's able to recover, take its spike shield, and block your sword within the spikes, catching it before it lands the hit.
All right, and that'll be it.
All right. After Jawan, we have Uriah. What are you doing?
I am going to grab the guy in front of me, and I'm going to inflict wounds on him too.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll that attack.
That is a 22 to hit.
Yep, definitely hits. Roll some huge inflict wounds damage.
All right. That is 17 points of necrotic damage.
Nice. It screams out in pain. Turning around, looking at you, you can see that as you cast this inflict wounds, part of its face and skin all over its body just starts to rot away and decompose. It turns back, looking at you like this half zombified creature, just in intense pain.
And as I'm like holding him and looking at him, I just go, "You're going down," and I'm gonna bonus action move my fish. Smack
And
his
you
back of the
can,
head.
it was behind the altar for those other hits. You can move it to where it is flanking with you.
Oh, hell yeah. We're doing that. What is it? What is that? 24 to hit.
Oh yeah. Yep. Go ahead and roll some damage.
All right. That is 9 points of force damage.
9? Yeah, flavor it for me. What's that fatality look like on this one?
I'm just gonna like hold him again. He's starting, like his veins are starting to turn black, and then my fish is just kind of like smack him out of my hand, and he's just gonna be like, "Plunk!" And I'm like, "All right." I'm gonna like reach out and grab my fish. And
Okay. You guys give a little fist bump as the fish slams against him after you inflict this necrotic damage on it, and it falls to the ground. Just a gooey mess of fish slime and the necrotic, rotting skin and flesh.
And I'm gonna use all of my movement to head towards where Winnie and Jawan and Akeisha are.
15, 25. You can get pretty close.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
The only one that is left is up next. It's in front of Jawan. It sees Uriah coming up. It knows that it is not in a good situation, but having nothing else to do, it's going to attack Jawan. First attack is going to be a 15 to hit.
That is a miss.
All right, that is going to be with its javelin. It's going to take its spike shield for its second attack. That is a natural 20 on that one.
Oof.
Okay, so with
out of reactions, I think I already used.
I don't think you've used your reaction since your last turn.
Well, in that case, Winnie's going to shift time again.
Oh yeah, you do the chrono shift. The chrono shift was on Acacia's turn, and it was your turn after that. So yeah, you've got your chrono shift.
Okay. Oh, good. I thought for some reason I thought I didn't, but thank God.
It was the turn right before yours, so it was real close.
Yeah, Winnie starts vibrating again. It's like, oh bother! And she vibrates, and then the vibrate carries over to the attacker. Who there's a glitch, and you see them doing the same action twice, really fast.
And with their second attack, that is a 17 to hit.
A 17 is my armor class.
All right, so that's going to hit, but it won't deal the extra damage of the critical hit, making this a less severe attack against Jawan for a total of 6 points of piercing damage.
That is manageable.
Okay. And with that, it is the end of its turn. Acacia, you are climbing up the hole. You've got another 20 feet to get to the top. What are you doing?
I'm gonna finish climbing up the hole.
Okay. You do so. You get there, and then 10 feet into the hallway. Are you just using dash to continue?
No, I'm just gonna get to the top of the hole, and sort of wait for anybody else who might struggle to get up the hole that Acacia can grab and try to pull them up.
Okay. Okay, got it. So you want to hold your action, help somebody up the hole if they're having a hard time.
Actually, so we'll flavor it that way. But I'm going to use Emboldening Bond on we'll say Winnie and Jawan.
Okay.
Essentially, it's the equivalent to Bless. So
okay.
you can add a D4 to attacks, saves, or ability checks for the next 10 minutes.
Okay, awesome. Very cool.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. Anything else for your turn?
Nope, that's it.
All right, Winnie, back to you. There's one lizard folk left staring down Jawan, trying to desperately get some last attacks in after all its kin have died. What are you doing?
All right, we're going to firebolt it.
Okay, go ahead and roll the attack.
And that's attack plus a D4. Is the D4 a one-time only, or? I'm gonna roll this.
11. Oh no, that's for the next 10 minutes.
Okay, 11 plus 7 is 18. I can add the D4 if I need it.
Oh no, it definitely hits with an 18.
Okay, and what is this? I always roll D10 for the damage. 7 points of damage.
7. So this time it goes and surrounds the wound that's already there and digs deeper. You can start to see bone and ribs with all the flesh that you have burned off of this lizard folk at this point. It is on its last leg, barely living.
Okay, and I am under the hole, and I'm just going to try to get everybody up there. Again, I've got Featherfall on a hair trigger. Get out!
Okay.
Get out!
Okay, do you want to actually go up, or are you just waiting down at the bottom of the hole?
I'm just going to wait down at the bottom for everybody else to go.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Featherfall, if they're falling towards me, then I'll wait.
All right, Jawan, you are up with a lizard folk on its last leg in front of you, your hunter's mark on it, facing it down. What do you do?
Well, hopefully we can chop this last leg off. I'm going to go ahead and use my inspiration to get rid of that. 2.
All right.
Okay. 7's a little better. 7's 14.
14. Let me double check here. 14 will not hit, unfortunately. That is one under what you needed.
Oh, wait. I forgot that D4 thingy.
Oh, yeah. Roll that D4 for sure.
Hiya. How about an extra 2 for 16?
As you feel the glowing energy from Acacia's emboldening bond reach out from the Everlight, it empowers your attack with extra strength, and you chop down. It blocks it with its spiked shield, but you're able to push with enough strength past the shield, cleaving down into it. Go ahead and roll that damage.
Alrighty. We will forego the extra gathering swarm damage. That'll be 6, 8, 5, 12 points.
Flavor that fatality for me for Juan.
Actually, I apologize because that was a bonus action attack. That is just 8 points.
8 points is still enough. Give me that flavor.
Okay. I'll take it. All right. He sort of jumps up onto the lizard folk and buries both of his short swords into their clavicles, and then just sort of bounces off of their chest and sort of kicks off. And as he does, all of the fleas sort of push him back up onto the platform that Winnie's standing on.
You all see an almost double jump-esque backflip of Jawan as he lands onto the platform in a very acrobatic move, killing this lizard folk as it slams into the ground.
Alrighty.
And with that, we are out of combat.
And everything settles.
Oh my goodness.
Let's get out of here.
Well, maybe we should look around first. Winnie's curious. Being a wizard, she can't help herself. Winnie's going to inspect the room.
Okay.
I mean, if everything's calmed down, I don't see why we can't explore.
Maria, can you help me? Do you have any guidance for me?
I mean,
Yeah, I can guidance you, but you still have the blessing.
Oh, I do still have the bond too. So okay.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation check and take a look around the room. Acacia, you look down and see that things seem a little bit calmer as Winnie starts to move out from underneath the hole back towards the room.
So that was a 9 and a 1 on the D4, so 10. So nope, nothing here.
Ooh.
Ooh, ouch.
Do any of the sigils or like altars or anything look like religious or repurposed from like a religious ceremony or anything like that?
You can roll a religion or a history check to get a vibe of what you think might be going on here.
Oh my god, it's myself. Let's see, 14 religion.
A 14. It definitely looks ritualistic in nature. You don't get the exact nature of whatever it was that happened here. But looking at the pieces, the altar, the sigils on the ground, the fact that they lit up with blood specifically, if not religious, certainly something arcane. Maybe both, but it's hard to tell because none of it looks specifically familiar to you. You don't recognize the runes that are a part of the sigil on the ground. You don't recognize any of the symbols or symbolism on the altar at all. Everything here looks old, really old.
Mm-hmm.
So the answer is yes, kind of. You can kind of assume that there is some involvement, but you're just not sure how much and what that looks like.
Yeah, but I guess the better question is like, but the stuff that is here was put here and set up already for this purpose, and it wasn't like this room wasn't repurposed for from a different ceremony.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. So it doesn't look like they set all this up. It doesn't look like they set all this up. It looks like they were here using what was already here, so far as you can tell.
All right, and then my last set of Twilight gives Joanne 7 temporary hit points, and then the people also, like the sacrificial lambs, also get them, and they all get 6 temp hit points. I don't want them to just die from falling off the side of a hole or something.
Okay. They're confusedly looking around, but at the very least have a look of relief on their face as well. Acacia, what are you doing at the top of the hole?
Trying to get a grasp of what these bracers are. Like whatever that was like trying to get in my head, determine if it was from the bracers or if it was from one of the lizards that was down there.
Mm-hmm. And you look at them and try and connect the two. As you do at the top of this hole, hearing the others shuffling around down in the cavern where they were fighting, looking around at the room and the different things in it, you try and focus. You feel almost light, very almost weightless, almost as if you're floating. And everything around you is gone again, but you're yourself this time in a dark, open space. You feel like you could reach out and perhaps forge a connection somehow with whatever it is that's brought you here. Do you do so?
I want to put them on. Like if they look like they're like feasibly something that I could like Acacia could strap on.
Sure.
She would try.
You take off your own pieces of armor that would match where these were and put these on. And as you put them on, you look down and you see a purple and green energy start to go through your arms, almost as if they were moving through your veins. You're not sure if like a poison or an antidote or just arcane energy, but you feel warmth in both arms as it reaches up towards your holy symbol and seems to absorb the energy of these bracers as it glows, a purple and green energy along with its regular golden energy. And you feel like you've just touched the surface of something powerful, something raw, magic that is in its purest form. And that's where we're going to end the session for tonight.
Ooh. Oh no.
I don't know why you put that.
Let the wizard identify them.
I was literally typing that into the chat.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah, I
I
legitimately.
let the
I was
wizard
like over
identify
here.
them first.
I was over
All
here
right.
as like a person that only plays wizards. So like, let the wizard identify it. Don't put that on. Okay.
Yeah, I have it loaded as a ritual always. So yeah.
I love it. It's a perfect ending for the session.
You almost said something. I went, nope, you do you. Let's see what happens. Because I do not have remove curse. That's remove curse is up to the cleric. So you know, put it on without letting me identify it. Then we'll move on to remove curse.
Well, that's
Oh.
where, you know, Acacia wants to do something and Katie wants to do something. Yeah, they don't always line up. So,
So,
And
yeah,
Winnie was at-
player wishes and character wishes.
Yeah, Winnie was
Yeah.
at the bottom of the hole. She wasn't there, so you
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. No.
Totally.
Yeah.
Personally, as a DM, I love the way that this played out. It's great. All right, so for everybody who's tuning in, thank you for watching. We will be back next week at the same time for session 3 of Sanctums and Spies. We do have some open spots in this game. If you want to join Sanctums and Spies and go on some adventures with this group, you can check out down in the panels. There's a link to startplaying.games where you can sign up and join along for this Kryn Dynasty adventure. But otherwise, thanks for tuning in this time, and we'll catch you next time. See you later.